Archie Morton's the kind of fellow who memorizes the streets and their numerical listings. But how do you account for that music playing on the TV during a basketball game? Was it
You got me there, Frakes. You got me there. I can't account for the music playing on the TV during that basketball game. Obviously, it must be true. Okay. We're good. Yeah, that's all lined up. Oh, I can close that. I don't need that today. We're good. We're good to go. Where did, sick. Alright, we got this. And now, hello, hi, how's it going? Welcome to yet another co-working stream where I am working on various parts of the the adventure game project, which was meant to take a month, and yet here we are in February with various bits and bobs not being done. So, I mean, last stream we were just working on the music, which I think we basically got sorted. The stream before that we managed to get Room 2, which is what we're viewing here, completely done. The plan that I have for the game involves one more room. So I thought I would have the time during the week to kind of maybe at least sketch out in the pixel art editor what I want the room to look like, but that didn't really happen. So I guess we're doing it now. I guess we are trying to, at the very least, kind of get the construction geometry of the room sorted out. Oh, hang on a sec. What is that doing? What is that doing there? Yeah, get out of here. The other thing that I wanted to look into, which is, which may be the treat thing that we work on. So, like, typically, any stream where I'm working on pixel art is kind of like half and half, this and doing something else. But something which I've been low key intrigued by was maybe it's best I show you. So if I open up Tex Murphy 1 and 2, a game by God, who did Tex Murphy? Why am I drawing a blank on the name? Access Software. Access Software, who are kind of known for like pushing the envelope in DOS a bit, especially with like this and Lynx. Like I think they did like Lynx 386. I may be misremembering, but a famous golf series which they did, and then later on I think licensed to Microsoft. Actually, no, we don't want Martian Railroad. We want Mean Streets, which is the first one. But they released this, I think, before kind of Sound Blaster became standardized, and they thought, okay, what's a cool thing? What's a way that like every PC compatible on the market can enjoy our fancy game? And what they did was they developed a technique called RealSound, which allows you to use the crappy PC speaker, which is attached to the keyboard controller, and normally you just kind of can send it a square wave. I don't know, like, so let's do a little bit of compare and contrast. So we go, so yeah, Commander Keen. Everyone knows Commander Keen. So what we're hearing there is, again, you get one square wave channel that you can set to a fixed frequency. And in this instance, they've used it to just kind of, essentially they're just kind of strobing various frequencies at little bits. And you can kind of make out what the original tones are if you listen hard enough. Like, I think like the falling sound. Hang on, if I go to the top and then I fall off, you can see that it's sort of like two different two different note slides that are being kind of alternated between one and the other, which gives you a sort of stroby, distorty effect. Anyway, that's like the very basic operation of how this is meant to work. Now, compare that to this. So if we go, I can listen to the RealSound. So here we go. RealSound information. RealSound is a patent-pending technological breakthrough that allows your MS-DOS computer to play high-quality digitized sounds and speech, music and sound effects without any hardware. All the sounds in this game are produced with RealSound. The quality of the sound you hear is dependent on several factors. 1. Speaker size and placement. MS-DOS computer manufacturers have always felt that high-quality digitized sound was impossible, and therefore have never paid much attention to the speaker. The volume and quality of the sound will be affected by the location and size of the speaker and by the speaker enclosure. And CPU speed. Computers with clock speeds greater than 6 MHz, such as Turbo, will tend to have slightly higher quality sound than slower machines. When sound is playing, a fixed portion of the CPU time is being used to manipulate the speaker. On slower machines, 80286 with 6 MHz or slower, a slowdown may occur when the sound is playing and large blocks of graphics are being moved around the screen. To help compensate for this problem, the program tests the speed of the computer and, if necessary, deletes or delays selection portions of the animations while the sound is playing. In some situations, the program may delete certain sounds to avoid a conflict with the graphics. So this is actually kind of, I want to say, pretty ahead of its time, because typically, I mean, you know, if you've played played MS-DOS games from like the mid to late 80s or early 80s to late 80s, generally they all have timer problems. They just kind of assume that it has to run on like the world's slowest PC because amongst other things, it's actually quite physically difficult to write MS-DOS programs that respect the timer. So I can kind of understand where they're going. But yeah, in this particular case, not only do they test for like how fast the computer is going, they will try and turn some of the detail down to make it compensate for that. And let's hear some of that sweet digitized sound. So yeah, hey Sonneveld. Sonneveld says real sound, none of this fake sound. Nah, this doesn't sound fake. And you might be thinking, this doesn't sound like a square wave at all. How is this even possible? And we'll get to how they do it in a little bit, but essentially, actually, no, we can talk about how they do it now. So there are two ways that you can kind of control the PC speaker. One is you can set the timer, like the PIT channel 2, to basically oscillate a square wave and send that to it. That's the most common way of doing it, as we've discussed, and you don't have to like babysit the speaker then. Like the speaker will just always be oscillating in the square wave. So, you know, all your music playback code really needs to worry about, or your sound effect playback code needs to worry about is the square wave on or is it off? And alternately, like, what frequency do you want the square wave to go at? Those are the things. So it's quite easy to kind of just update that when you need to. Now, the way that RealSound works is that it uses manual control of the speaker diaphragm. So you can, again, because like IBM PC is crazy weird, they attached the PC speaker control to one of the free lines of the keyboard chip. I think it's the 8259, but anyway, like, so one of those, so yeah, I don't know, that you basically have the option to manually move the speaker diaphragm to the top and the bottom position. And what the guys at Axis Software realized is that, hang on a second, the speaker will have like a natural decay between those 2 points. Which is to say, like, it's not going to be like instantly on and off. There is a 60 millisecond gap where the diaphragm is moving between those two things. And so if you treat that as a kind of mechanical low pass filter, you can send it a series of on and off pulses, which, thanks to the push and pull of the magnet, mean that the speaker diaphragm approximates the middle of what you want, if that almost makes sense. So you can basically trace out an 8-bit waveform by just turning the speaker diaphragm on and off at like the correct intervals. So, which works, with a few assumptions. One is that you have a speaker diaphragm that is the correct size. As they alluded to in the README, if you have like a crappy piezo speaker, it's not going to work as well as if you have a coil speaker. And the other thing is the computer needs to be running fast enough, otherwise it'll obviously not respond in time. Like we'll get into like the nuts and bolts of how they do it in Mean Streets in a little bit, but yeah, that's kind of the things we need to think about. Also, hey Samantha, Samantha says it sounds pretty good actually. Yeah, and another part of like why it sounds good here in DOSBox is if you look at the, I think I've got the code here. DOSBox, staging, source, hardware, PC speaker impulse. So if you look at the PC speaker hardware driver, you'll notice that basically it doesn't just kind of manually give you the, the raw signal that gets sent to it. In fact, does do a sort of like, yeah. So it does like a low, I can't remember if impulse or the other one is the default one. Maybe it's discrete as the default one. But essentially, yes, it does have like a low pass filter that it applies to the input to the PC speaker, which if you don't have that, then like the Mean Streets audio just sounds horrible because, obviously like hardware, audio hardware of today, you can get, it responds firstly with like a lot more kind of sample depth, but also at a higher sample rate than the PC speaker did. So, sending like the raw ones and zeros is not going to cut it. You need to kind of filter it to make it sound sort of like it would if it was on real hardware. And yeah, Sunville says, using hardware in ways not intended by the engineers, emulator writers hate them. This is the agony of the ecstasy of writing an emulator. At some point, people kind of point out, well, actually, all of these games here, which are considered stone cold classics, are not running on your perfectly reproduced, audio driver or graphics driver or whatever, because they, like, I don't know, like another kind of good example of something which isn't quite supported thanks to like hardware hacking, like hardware mess. If we open up like Lemmings here, I think that DOSBox staging screws this up, so I should be able to show it off. So you see like the menu screen of Lemmings uses the, I think 16 color 640 by 350. We can see here, it's using the EGA 640 by 350 mode, but because we're running on a VGA card, you get more colors. But then when you switch to this screen here, which is the one that explains what the level is. Oh, interesting. Okay, this one. Oh, was it like? Hang on, VGA Lemmy. VGA game for high performance PCs. Maybe this is the thing that sets it off. Oh, great. Okay, my authentic Lemmings disc didn't work. Hang on. No, actually, no. It would do it on this first screen. I'm pretty sure. So I guess yeah, DOSBox staging does actually fix it. I'm pretty sure like DOSBox stock does not. But you'll notice here that like we've got this little level preview up the top, which has a completely different 16 color palette to this this bit down here, and it does that pretty much I think by like hooking. It's either polling or hooking an interrupt. I'm pretty maybe it's either hooking or polling an interrupt. So, hooking an interrupt or polling, but essentially it draws the top bunch of scan lines of one palette and then it switches to the next palette down here. And on like stock DOSBox, it doesn't really get this, and so this text down here just kind of flashes weird colors because it's trying to switch between this palette and that palette. But yeah, technically, yeah. So it's like little hacks like that, which, work fine on real hardware, but then you have to like, I don't know, reinvestigate all of your assumptions from the ground up if you're writing an emulator. So if like maybe your assumption is that The Surface can, I don't know, the Surface all contains the data in like 1 pixel format and then just gets blitz and, blitted in one pass with one palette. That's wrong. You got to basically blit every scan line individually and then check to see if there's any change on like the palette registers partway through. So yeah, fun stuff. Sonnevel says, finally wrote this square wave driver for my PC speaker emulator. Job done. Yeah, so here we go. So like part of the consideration is I've been writing this adventure game engine and I have a choice. Like I want sound effects, obviously, and I've got 3 choices. One is to mod the OPL3 driver to have a sound effects channel, which is possible, but feels kind of like for a large amount of work and that pretty much no one would use. So leaning away from that. The other option 2 would be to like write a driver for the Sound Blaster card's DMA mode, which allows you to obviously play back 22 kilohertz mono sound. And the few times that I've kind of read it have just sort of I don't know, it's tough going. It's real tough going writing a DMA driver for the Sound Blaster. And yeah, it just didn't. It's one of those things which probably out of necessity will have to be done at some point. Or I don't know, at the very least I'd have to like crib from another, like maybe crib from Allegro and how they do it there. But didn't sound that fun. Didn't sound that kind of exciting. And then option 3 is abuse the PC speaker. So I figured that would kind of be like the most interesting of the 3 options. It may not be the one that is kind of the most convenient or the most technically useful, but I suppose like if you got like, aren't there, correct me if I'm wrong, like there are those I want to say, like for originally they were like portable PCs that you could get on AliExpress. Originally there was like ones that were like designed to be like a CGA PC, and then they did like a 386 equivalent with a VGA chip and an OPL3 chip. Like that would be an example of something which I'm pretty sure that just has OPL3 and PC speaker as opposed to a Sound Blaster clone. I may be misremembering, but I know that like the wave playback hardware is a ton more work. Oh, and someone else says, I guess another option is PC speaker but non-abusive, so Cosmo or Dark Ages. That is true, yeah. So we do have that in the engine already. So let me load up the code. So we've got code here which replaces the int 8 with a different timer. Oh, there was one other thing which I was getting like hung up over, which is that when you speed up the int 8 timer, then it completely wrecks DOS's sense of timekeeping, which means that if you try to use like any of the system calls to get the date and time, you will be sorely disappointed because it'll just be kind of speeding ahead in the future, which is a little bit annoying. I was kind of hoping that we'd be able to add that to save games, but I'm mostly at peace now that like fixing that is just way too much. Like it'd be good to do, but also it would require like a lot of time and specialist knowledge to figure out like how to fix it. Because I'm pretty sure the way that you're meant to fix it is, I don't know, like to put things in perspective, right? We've got this code here which will just chain the old int 8 handler on the back of the new one, so it'll call the new handler, then it will call the old one immediately after that. And I think what you're meant to do is write your own one of the, write your own equivalent of this in assembler, except if your handler doesn't, so that's the thing, yeah, like, so I was like using the logic that was in PC Timer, which is kind of like recommended for this, and PC Timer basically just says, oh, all you need to do is call output B 2020, and then the next one along the line will just not, that'll be the equivalent of not chaining on to the next one, like the default DOS handler. But in practice, that's not what happens. It'll always chain to the next one, which basically means if you're running the timer interrupt at a really fast speed, which we're running it at like 1,000 times a second instead of 18.2 times a second. It just means that like the system clock and date, etc., just go really, really quick. And unfortunately for me, I don't know how you just either manually call the old handler inside here or write your own assembly bodge to, I don't know, basically do this chain instruction but allow you to kind of break out if you don't want to go to the next one. Sounds like just a big old difficult mess. So I've written it off as like too hard for now. But I don't know if any like DOS experts want to give advice about how to wreck this to make like dates and stuff work. I'll take it. It's open source. That's what it's for. But anyway, what I was getting at, we've got this timer code here, and part of that timer code is, we can program the PC speaker. So I've just got like very basic, a very basic API which allows you to set a tone on the square wave and to stop the PC speaker, which doesn't need to be, it's not bound by the, by any of like the timing code. Like you can just do that whenever. But, and yeah, so like for something like inverse or inverse sound effect, what's it called, like audio inverse, no, not audio inverse file format, whatever the format that Cosmo and Keen and all the Apogee games and such use, I think it's just inverse file format because it just stores all of the frequencies as like this fraction which needs to be sent to the PIT. But yeah, we could have a method for just playing those back because they just play back on like a fixed, like I think like 160 hertz or something. Sonnevel says, not sure how you do that in protected mode. Pretty simple in real mode. Yeah, it's like, I imagine it's mechanically very similar. Like, it would literally just be kind of a case of, like, I imagine what the deal would be to just figure out what this chain instruction does to the letter, and then write some assembly glue which calls the new handler, and then if the new handler sets a flag to say we're running at 18.2, then call the old handler. But yeah, it's a little bit beyond, I don't know, it's like so far I've been like doing this entire engine without any actual proper proper debugging in the DOS space. So that's kind of difficult. I've not got around to that. So anyway, so that aside, I think if we were kind of going to go down the mean streets route of having a high res DAC type PC speaker driver, what we would
monitored
need to
systems
do.
are functioning.
Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Chenchio. It's great to have you around. Yeah, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to mod the timer driver to have like, I mean, because at the moment we've got like the timer running at 1000 hertz. For audio, I think we need 16 kilohertz. So it would basically mean that we would have, we would set the frequency to 16 kilohertz, and then I guess have like a minor tick counter as well. So you basically like count up to 16, and every 16th you'd then actually do the like the clock update like we have here. So we have like timer ticks, which is the number which kind of increases from 0 to 1000 to indicate how many milliseconds has gone by, and that would only happen like 1 in every 16 goes. But then what you would then have is you'd have some kind of audio buffer which would then update based on the minor, based on how long the minor tick counter has been going. Oh, Sonneval said, oh, yeah, plus you had those issues with locking memory for the interrupts. Oh, yeah, God, forgot about that. So, but we solved that. We solved that, like, in a completely sane way, which is, we lock the data for the drivers, and then we just lock all of the memory that's responsible for code. And essentially we had to do that because I don't know if this is like a recent innovation with the fork of GCC that I'm using, but originally, like, all of the DJGPP advice that I've ever seen says, because essentially, like, to elucidate a little bit, the reason why we have these lock instructions here, we're running in protected mode. Protected mode technically gives you virtual memory. So not only, what effectively that means is that you've got the RAM on the computer and you've got like a swap file on the hard drive. And, technically that means CWS DPMI, the protected mode runtime, can move memory around whenever it needs to. But there are some cautions with that. Namely, if you're running like interrupt code, like all the drivers and such are, then that code needs to be in memory. You can't just have it like paged out to the disk. And so these lock instructions basically tell the CWS DPMI always keep this particular bit of virtual memory in RAM at a fixed spot. And you got to do that with like every piece of data that an interrupt code uses, and you got to do it with every piece of code, because there's like the code segment and the data segment. Now the problem though is that for locking data is easy enough, because in C you can basically just point to a piece of static memory and say, okay, just tell me what size that is, and then like this macro here, lock data, will just take a pointer, figure out how big it is using size of, and then send that to whatever the lock command is. Do I have? Is it in dos.h? Yeah, there we go. So like we've got like DPMI lock data and DPMI lock code. And originally I was going around doing DPMI lock code, and like there have been two. So whenever I look around like for DJ GPP advice, like, and it comes for locking code, there are two approaches that I've seen people use. One is to do this, which as far as I can tell, basically just like get the size of the function pointer that you're going and use that to lock it. As far as I can tell, that doesn't work. That just like size of X will return like 4, which I think is the size of the pointer. So essentially it will just lock whatever page has got the first 4 bytes of code, and if you've got a function that's bigger than that crosses a page boundary, then you're screwed. And the other thing that I've seen people do is to have like guard functions. So you'd have like, you'd have like timer init, and then at the very end of timer init, you then put like a little function stub called like, void timer init _end. And then when you're marking out like what part of memory to lock, it would be timer init end minus timer init, which sounds like it would work. But if you actually look at the disassembly in objdump, GCC will move around functions pretty much however it pleases. You cannot force, one piece of code to appear after another. So again, it's another thing which on paper looks like it would work, but in reality, you're just giving like some kind of crazy nonsense number to the lock function, which may or may not do anything. So, and yeah, like eventually I just, I'm assuming, minimum system requirements for this is going to be a Pentium, which I assume means you're going to have more than 1 megabyte of RAM. So therefore, just lock the entire code segment. because I mean, GCC doesn't give you much, but it does give you this symbol here, which refers to the end of the end in memory of like the text section. I think it is what it is. Like, actually, I can't remember. Like, I cannot remember what the deal is with it. I'm pretty sure this is like the end of the text section, and then we're just kind of like subtracting from 1,000, which anecdotally seems to be kind of like the start point in memory, to, you know, this size, and that mostly covers like all of the code segment. So yeah, bit of a nasty hack, but seems to be fine. So, oh, the other thing I need to do, I need to pull in my disassembly from the other computer. Is my other computer switched on? Cool, I think it's going to sleep. Okay. 1 second. I forgot to log in, which meant it didn't join the Wi-Fi. There we go. Okay. So I do have a disassembly of Tex Murphy games GOG. gamesgog.com. I should probably just copy this.
Here we are, sir.
Ugh! Oh god. They're crushing the ceiling. Carriage driver jump scare. Let's. Alright. Let's go IDA 7.3. Disassemble. Oh wait, no, not disassemble a new file. Disassemble existing file. Okay, home Scott games. Restore packed base. Okay, here we go. So this is so I've just pretty much scrubbed through the code looking for. Oh, GameDev just said, did the function pointer locking approach based on ordering maybe work in an older GCC? I suspect that that's the case. Like, I am using a cross compiler, which I think is basically like the old DJ GPP code base that's been merged with like, what is it? What are we up to now? Development, GPP senenv. Yeah, we're at like GCC 12, which is much newer than the last one that DJ GPP had. So unfortunately, yeah, that assumption no longer holds, and I don't see a way of like forcing it anyway. Although that said, yeah, if there's like a way of forcing things to happen in order with Pragma, I suppose that could also be an option. But for now, just locking the entire code segment seems to be fine. It's the kind of thing I could, yeah, it's good enough. All right, so what we've got here, we've got the code for Mead Streets. We have, I believe, a few different places which, oh, it's the 8253, not the 8254. But yeah, we have some pieces of code which touch the 8253, which is the timer hardware. Oh no, the keyboard controller hardware. Where are we going? Where's this thing? I should probably like fetch up the pages on that stuff before I get stuck. 825. Hang on. RVIL 8259. Okay, yeah. So the 8259 is the PIC, which is the programmable interrupt controller. Okay, sorry. What we're looking at here is just code for like switching. Like I think this is code for switching out like interrupt 8, which did I give this a name? No. Why would I have given this a name? Okay, but like here's like an example of like messing with the PC speaker port. So like MS-DOS port out 61H. RVIL port list. Categories. There's like a version of RVIL on the internet which contains like just a list of all the ports. Interesting. Okay, so SeaMonkey apparently doesn't load Google. That's cool. Okay, whatever. This is actually good. This is actually like something I can search. But yeah, we're looking for like port 61, which is going to be here. Yeah, all right. So port 61 is the keyboard control that I was talking about, and that's yeah, the 8041. Sorry, like a whole bunch of 4-letter part numbers that Intel love being interchangeably. But essentially, yeah, 61 allows you to change the control register, and then like the control register, there's like 2 bits which are responsible for like turning the speaker on and the speaker off, and then that's kind of strobed based using the programmable timer. But if you don't have the programmable timer set to anything, I think you can just use it to turn the, move the speaker cone up or move the speaker cone down, and that's kind of the magic of what this driver here is doing. And the other part of like this puzzle is, do I have? I should probably copy that also from my other machine. So if we so like this is what one of the audio files that's used to store RealSound looks like. It is a Steve format file, which we were talking about last week. And it looks like there's like a little bit of header data followed by a lot of 8-bit numbers, which I think are kind of delays between turning the speaker cone on and off at a guess. And you can see that if we like look at the histogram, kind of looks like an 8-bit yeah, it kind of looks like an 8-bit waveform. Though to be fair, it does like there are some numbers in here which go beyond like 40, but not that many, which I think is related to the fact that like 40 in hexadecimal, like that's 64, and like 60 is apparently like the magic number of milliseconds that what's called you know you have to do something before you have to do something to the speaker cone. What's called if you don't move the speaker cone within 64 milliseconds, for instance, like that's the point at which it'll be audible. So presumably if you want it to kind of like track in the middle, you would need to kind of alternate on and off at, I don't know, close to the Nyquist frequency, which would be like, I'm just like at a guess of what we were hearing back then, it would probably be 8,000, because I know that the timer code in here, like if we look at I've got some function names and we go like, yeah, so here's the code for installing the high res timer for the audio, and the inverse frequency that they use resolves to about 16.5 kilohertz here, which would mean that yeah, the Nyquist frequency, which I think is like the highest number that you could basically, if your sample rate is this high, or you know, if your sample rate is 16 kilohertz, then like the maximum tone that you can represent with that sample rate is half that. That's the Nyquist frequency. So which kind of explains why when we're listening to the intro music, which hopefully we can hear again here, it does kind of sound like it's coming through a telephone, because you've got a maximum. Oh, love that distortion. But yeah, okay, come on, music. We need music. Oh, that's right. You gotta hang on. Just play the intro again. Don't actually play the game. But yeah, this definitely sounds like 8 kilohertz. 8 kilohertz sound. Also, it doesn't really deal very well with my computer slowing down, as you can hear. Yeah, so if we look at this disassembly here. So this is, okay, so this is the code that installs the timer interrupt. So we have, is there something else? Yeah. So basically, like, we've got this code here, and like what it will do is it will like program the programmable interrupt timer to run at 16 kilohertz. which is the in. Wait, is this counter 2? Oh no, counter 0. Okay, so to be clear here, we've got counter 0. Did I say counter 2 down here? Oh right, okay. So yeah, counter 0. That's the timer for the whole damn PC. So that's literally how often like the clock tick interrupt will get called. That's kind of important. That's the one that we've currently got Jimmy to run at in our engine at 1000 hertz. So yeah, the game will set that to this 16 kilohertz, and then it will go down to counter 2, which I believe is the timer that's specifically used for the square wave on the PC speaker, and it will set that to it says it's to 90. So I don't know if that means that like it's setting it just to a very high frequency. It might actually. And then just kind of using that strobed on and off. But yeah, then like after it's kind of set up the timer chip, it will then go through, and it's got this code here, which essentially just overwrites the the what's it called? Like basically you can see here that it's like this is the raw memory in real mode in DOS where interrupt number 8 is called. So we're saving whatever is currently there into this thing, this pointer that's in, you know, the data space, and then overriding it with this, which is our shiny new int8 handler, which, as far as I can tell, doesn't call the old one, which is a choice. It definitely, I think it just implies that, like, because, you know, it's not running in protected mode, it's definitely not running in protected mode, it's not running in a compiler which, like DJGPP, which expects the old handler to be called for a bunch of other, like, POSIX stuff to running as expected. You can just get away with that. You just don't ever call the DOS handler. There's also some other code somewhere which I think just what's it called? It saves the date and time just from before you start running the program, and then overwrites whatever the new date and time is with that old one. So it's as if kind of like time stopped for the period of when you were playing Mean Streets, which is a kind of, it's a pretty kind of honestly, like, I don't know. I don't know if, like, on real hardware that'd be fine. Like, on real hardware, maybe, like, DOS will just kind of take its cue from the real-time clock, which I think is a separate source of time from, like, the BIOS clock and stuff like that. But yeah, like, getting back to it. So this is, yeah, so we've got, like, this routine here, which installs interrupt 8. It then... I should really, like, write down, like, what some of these other 8259 things are. 8259. What port was that? That's port 21. Okay, I'm also bookmarking this because I keep getting, like, drawn to the other copies of RBL on the internet, and none of them are as good. None of them are as good as this. As just like a literal text transcription of all of the, you know, the original text files that RBL was based on. Port 21. So port 21 is here. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, pick master interrupt. Mask register? Oh, okay. So we're changing the mask configuration. FE, alright. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay. So my rough understanding of what's going on there is that it is CP0014. Okay. Oh, right, okay, so it's disabling every interrupt except the timer one. Like, if I read, like, these ones to be a disable, which I imagine that they would be, because, you know, you got, like, printer, diskette, fixed disk, etc. It's just disabling everything except timer, which is, I guess, something you could do. Maybe it speeds things up on older systems. So that's what this code here is doing. We're sending this mask, which is everything except bit 1 is turned on, and bit 1 is the timer interrupt. So we'll just say, I'll just put a comment in here. So we'll say, disable all interrupts except timer. Hey, Caffeine Storm. Caffeine Storm says, puts on Drug Jet voice. I am the OS. Yeah, it is kind of that my way or the highway approach sometimes to doing these kind of things. But I should probably hang on. I just realized kind of it's mostly dead air. Do I have the music player? I do have the music player. There we go. Alright, so we've got this bit up here which disables all the interrupts. Then we go down here and we've got this command to what's port 61? It was like the keyboard controller, I think. Yeah, the keyboard controller which inexplicably has the PC speaker attached to it. Because IBM are very, very good with design. And yeah, we have like keyboard controller port B register, which, and we want to know what, is that writing? No, it's reading. Okay, so we got to look at table, this table. Do we not? Hang on. There we go. Bit fields for keyboard controller port 3 control register. Yeah, so typically the way that you have to kind of manage like these keyboard control things is you got to read what's currently on the register and then you got to write back to it after like masking a bit off. So in this instance, like, it even kind of like shows, yeah, it kind of even like shows like the common way of doing it. So because these two bits control the PC speaker, typically, you know, the way you see it used is that to turn the speaker on, you OR this value with 3, and to turn it off, you AND this value with FC, which basically just kind of either make sure both these bits are on or make sure both these bits are off. So this here is making sure both these bits are off. Actually, no, it's making sure both those bits are on. I take that back. So we'll say, Oh, and I've already put like a little comment here. So that turns the PC speaker on. Then under here we send another mask to the interrupt controller, which was 21. Okay. Command word. Pick output control word. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. So it just enables keyboard, mouse, and the RTC interrupt. So we'll say... Okay, so I'm guessing that just like for this period here where they're messing with the PC speaker, they just want to turn off keyboard interrupts for some reason. Oh well, that's fine. And then like all the rest of these, like video interrupt, I'm pretty sure is just not used. Like it's not wired up in a way that you'd think it'd be wired up. You have to poll if you want to kind of figure out where the end of a scan line or whatever is. Serial port wouldn't be used, and I guess disk access wouldn't be used because it's just going to be installed to the hard drive. Hey, hi, Bike 7. We're just in the middle of figuring out how Tex Murphy does its horrible PC speaker sounds. But yeah, anyway, so this was the code that I've marked as install timer, which I think it's one of the very first things that gets called in the game, basically. Oh, but then we have like this variant here, which it looks very similar, except it installs this other interrupt, which I think is responsible for the RealSound. So maybe the other one's just kind of like a fallback for not having RealSound. But this is the one that definitely... Yeah, so like this is the interrupt that, or what do you call it, the interrupt handler, which seems to mess with the... Oh no, well, when I say mess with, I think is used to kind of like manipulate the PC speaker. So we've got like these two commands here, and we'll just decode what they are. Hey Rizzoka, how's it going? Yeah, we're just right in the middle of kind of figuring out how Mean Streets does its horrible PC speaker music. And by horrible I mean quite nice sounding, considering. But yeah, how are you doing? How was your stream? Was it, I saw you doing like the new Indiana Jones game. Which honestly, it does look interesting. I'm not sure if my computer would be able to run it though, so I will have to catch up on that VOD with a little bit of energy later. But stuff from here, stuff from the Cretaceous era, my PC can do that, just. Okay. Oh, Rizzoka says, interesting you're streaming the cloud version from Xbox, like, as in the one that's hosted by Microsoft. I had no idea that, like, that was still well, firstly I didn't know that Xbox did cloud streaming. I thought that was, like, a thing that PlayStation tried and then, I don't know, sort of gave up on. But that's kind of interesting. How was it? Like, was it playable? Was it, because I know, especially because we're in Australia, right? And, like, usually latency is kind of the killer. I guess they must have, like, Australia servers for that now, which is At least something. It's considerate. And they've been doing it as part of Game Pass. Wow, they must be... I don't know, when something happens like that, it always kind of like makes me think, huh, Microsoft must be really struggling to justify some other kind of spend, and they want to use it to like, I don't know. Like, it's always, like, there's always an angle with these kind of things, and it's always like thinking, okay, like, which part of Azure is kind of not using as much GPU capacity as they thought it would, and so all of a sudden it makes sense to subsidize that by, like, running, you know, subsidized cloud services for something like that, because very clearly, like, I don't know, maybe they realized that people weren't willing to pay for it as standalone, and so they're like, okay, maybe we can kind of, like, hook people this way, and if it becomes popular, then we kind of turn the screws a little bit. Oh, Rizalka says, I have a 4060 video card and a decent CPU, but that game seems to think my PC can only run on low quality, and it didn't look great. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, like, this is a first generation AMD Zen with a GeForce 1660 in it, so it's not, it's not the fastest. Okay, where was I? That's right. We were looking at things in the port list. So we've got port 42, which according to this is going to be PIT. Counter to cassette and speaker. Yeah, all right. So this is we're changing the programmable interrupt timer for the speaker, which is unusual. During normal operation mode, set the counter values on write and get the current counter value on read. In 16-bit modes, 2 consecutive reads and writes must be issued. Okay, well we must be in 8-bit mode, because there's only one. Okay, and then this one I know. Like, 2020 is basically, clear... When you send a 20 to port 20, that basically tells whatever handler, like the interrupt controller, that the current interrupt is done. aka this. So that's good. Oh, Rizalka says, mostly the issue was my controller and Steam trying to control all my controller settings. Oh yeah, that's... I mean, like, I use a lot of, like, Steam Link. Like, I have, like, a crappy home theater PC, which I use to stream games from, like, my studio PC. But, yeah, controllers are generally kind of, like, the weakest point of that. Like, they've gotten a lot better, but it's all just a little bit messy doing the controller pass-through. Rizalka says, love mean streets, love me a shuffling vampire hobo. Yeah, it's... I was initially kind of like a bit standoffish about it, but then after seeing Space Quest Historian do a playthrough, I'm starting to kind of like appreciate the bits. I mean, like, some of it's very janky, but some of it was actually quite advanced for its time. And then, like, you know, obviously when they went out and did Under a Killing Moon, they just immediately, like, you know, knocked it out of the park. Still kind of like a bit quirky in places, but like, you know, on the whole, like a much more polished game. And technologically advanced. Okay, so this is... So what does it mean if I'm sending this in here? Set the counter values on write and get the current counter value on read. And this is different from setting like the... Different from setting like the system time, like the actual clock divisor. Okay, in 8254 readback modes, all selected counters instead it's a latched and must be read out completely and switches back to normal operation. Okay. Um... Wait, I mean... Hang on. The other bit that I don't get is how does that kind of relate to the audio? Like the audio data that's being played. Like we have this here, which looks to be kind of like a pointer to... Like I think that maybe the pointer to... Can we sort... Hang on. Where the hell is this? Give me that. Rizalka says, I think I enjoyed Martian Memorandum best of the early texts, but I put that down to the Big Dick Casino and me constantly referring to it as Big Dick Energy Casino when I streamed it with a friend, yeah. Yes. Alright, well we have... Maybe what we'll have to do... Maybe what we'll have to do is actually run this inside MAME so that I can have like a look at the code while it's doing things. I anticipate that this is going to sound horrible because... Like, my guess is that MAME does not include a nice low-pass filter that makes the RealSound sound good. It's gonna sound like ass. But yeah, that way we might be able to kind of like at least have a look at what's going on inside the timer interrupts. Rizalka says, it's late and I'm trying to establish a better sleeping pattern, hoping that my final interview for the job is on Wednesday is successful. No worries. Yeah, hope that that interview goes pretty well. I know you've been, I don't know, jumping through a lot of hoops to get that done. But yeah, I completely understand. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. GameDev just says, I found it. Top level function reordering, which happens at 01 or higher, can be disabled with F no top level reorder as of GCC 4.2. And just check the object dump and the dummy end function pointer Allegro uses is in the right place now. Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, I think I did like a vague cursory search for like ways of forcing that, but it just, yeah. But GameDev says, I agree with your approach. If I was like doing it for a more constrained system, then yeah, it's probably a good idea, you know, probably be a good idea to just try and be more frugal, but the code segment isn't that big. It's probably like better for performance for all the code segment to never be paged out. Data, that's fine. Page out as much data as you want, but like code segment, gotta keep it in memory. If you're paging out your code segment, then you've got problems. That's my hot take. All right, let's. Did I write a nice... I thought I did, hang on. Because yeah, like back when I was like messing around with like Test Drive 3, I thought I gave myself a nice little cheaty way of running MS-DOS and MAME. Is it just here in MAME? Did I put it here? Reversing test TD3. Is in somewhere that I wouldn't expect, like 86 box. So, I've got so much junk. This is my problem. Oh no, we've got DOSDisk.chd. So... And yeah, that's from about the time when I did that stream, so... I just didn't write myself a little shortcut to help me get in there, which is entirely on me. Unless... Because I was disassembling, TD3. I'm pretty sure I was doing it in, I thought I was doing it in, IDA. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Oh, it's so small. How big is Main Streets? Will that be enough to cram in there? $15 megs. Yeah, alright, it's gonna be a bit squeezy, eh? Why did I make it so tiny? That was a silly thing to do. Okay, well... Okay. How do you add a bunch of crap on the end of a file? Oh, it is, okay, truncate, okay. I thought it was truncate. For some reason it still thinks it's 21 meg. There we go. Okay, now it thinks it's bigger, which means we can now resize this. Okay, how do you reformat, can I do with gparted? Whoa. Something slow. I think it's just the combination of running everything at once, which is causing... Oh god, there's a lot of load. Okay. Oh, and okay. The loopback device doesn't show up, which is annoying. I guess I've got to do it manually. Linux, resize, vfat, petition. Fat resize. Oh, and Gamer just said, a few years after this game, Ken's Labyrinth also had digital audio sample playback through the PC speaker. The source is available. Yeah, we could have a look at that. Yeah. That's... Oh, wait, no, that's that'll be an SDL one, which we don't want. We want the original source code. Oh, dear God, it's only like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 files. I'm sure this is going to be fun viewing. So we got like speech status. Wow, SeaMonkey having a bad time rendering GitHub. Which is funny. Yeah, so we've got like adlib frequency, PC frequency. Yeah, like it looks like the like when it was talking about like DSP, like I assumed that was referring to like Sound Blaster. Wait, hang on. Oh, okay. It just doesn't show you the entire file. Game Director says, it does support Sound Blaster 2, yeah, but when the game starts up, it plays Welcome to Ken's Labyrinth through the PC speaker. Like, we have these, which appear to be kind of, I think of VGA. I think these are VGA ports. Yeah, more video code. Oh, fun. Okay. So interestingly, yeah, they overwrite the keyboard handler, which is interrupt 9. They overwrite interrupt 0, which I think is another related to the, I think it's another timer related one. And then it relates some overwrites, hang on, DOS set vect. Okay, interesting. So that kind of just goes back to the old ones. So like this must be like when it's turning the game off. Hang on, let me just check out the entire source code and we'll have a look. Oh, okay. Yeah, this one here, which they've attached to interrupt 8, seems like it's the deal. Okay, so how exactly do they do it? Okay, so they get some data from ESDI, put it into this. Okay, this is like ad-lib music playback. Okay, this looks like PC speaker stuff. You can see, like, this is the magic number that they use for figuring out what frequency is. Get a left 3812 address, move to the data register. I'm gonna have to like look up what hex code those are, because it doesn't make much sense. Okay, 61. And we have Alright, so like every timer tick. Oh, okay. I think this... What's it called? I think this is kind of like Commander Keen style sound effects that they've got going on here. Because... it seems to be just kind of changing the... What's it called? Like turning off the PC speaker, then setting the timer, and then turning the PC speaker back on. I don't know, do I have Ken's Labyrinth? I do, okay. Come on, mouse. And then Ken? Oh, setup. We go digitize sound. PC speaker digitized sound, fast machine required. That's what we want. Okay, so I think that wow, you can pick 22 kilohertz. That seems mighty ambitious, Ken, but sure. Oh, and I should have turned the music off so we can actually get a listen.
Welcome to Ken's Labyrinth.
Oh yeah. Let's hear that without the music. I think that it deserves that much. Music source, no background music. But yeah, it must be. That's music source. What's I guess there's like a similar.
Welcome to Ken's Labyrinth.
Yeah. I guess what's speech status? Okay, and this is...
That's the point, sir. Now,
yes, Yabo. So we have all this code here, which I'm guessing is going to be the DMA code, maybe? Like... yeah, reset SP2, reset SP1. So, like, this all looks like glue code for, like, the Sound Blaster's DMA. But presumably there's a different one for like speech status 1. Or maybe case say something else entirely. Oh, here we go. So this is still in case A, and then we have yeah, okay, so we get the buffer in here, then we copy the I wonder if K like yeah, okay, and then it turns the speaker on. Yeah, unfortunately the code is not very it's very kind of spread out and uses very like I kind of get what they're going for, but it's maybe a little too esoteric to use as kind of a source. But yeah, it seems like they do a similar thing where they have they set the sample rate to one thing, and or you know, they set the timer to something really high and then run this at close to the sample rate. So we'll get out close Ken's labyrinth. Alright, I still want to kind of have a stab though at running mean streets in MAME so we can have a look at the timer driver, which I'm going to say is like easier to read from an assembly standpoint than looking at the C/assembly code of Ken's labyrinth, because at least you know, that doesn't feel like it's like merged, you know, running together all the time. So we've got VFAT resize. If size is not specified, the file system is adapted to the underlying block device. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. Dev loop P1. I cannot resize this partition. Oh, okay. Well, if you're gonna be like that, God damn it. Actually, what I'm nitpicking here. I don't like. We can fit mean streets on this easy. We can absolutely fit mean streets on this. We don't need to make it bigger. That is just gilding the lily. Okay, yeah, that's definitely the ones mounted. Just get rid of test drive 3 because we don't need that. Get rid of test drive 3? Oh, it's read only in it. Oh, that's okay. Disks. Oh, because the whole loop device is read-only. Okay. Get out of here. Oh, it's because... Okay, that's probably why I couldn't resize it. Okay, I understand now. So, attach disk image. Actually, no, let's not do that. Let's use the command line. So I think it's like loop. Linux attach loop block device. Low setup, that's it. Okay. Low setup. Find, and there's like another one, part scan, that's it. And we also want, I think the default is to do it read and write. Okay. That should now be up here. Yeah, okay. Now it's there as proper read write, which then means we can go ahead and VFAT resize it. Oh, no, I guess we can't. But it is mounted read writable now. Okay. Test drive 3, gone. Don't need it, don't want it. Tex Murphy 1 and 2. Mean Streets. Wait, for real? It's only 2 and a bit megs? Okay. Test drive 3 run.sh, copy that here. Okay. We ready to hear some like real troubling PC speaker emulation. As soon as I can figure out which window's got the chip player in it. There we go. Okay. Let's, how bad could it be, right? Mean Streets. Better than I was expecting. I mean, it's not running at full speed because I'm in the debugger. But if we go run to next interrupt, and we just do that a few times, like F7 until we get to interrupt 8. Interrupt 8? Anybody? I guess not. But anyway, And we line this up with our disassembly. Where we're at? We're at like 5388. Which I don't think is going to be like a precise match. I gotta just quickly... Actually, no, I should say at the very top, shouldn't it? What, Oh, I get it. Because... What's it called? This debugger only tells you what the real position in memory is. What we should be looking at is the pointers here. So code segment is currently 50C, and instruction pointer is 2C8. So if we look at 2C8, yeah, okay, so it is landing. Oh, that's right, yeah, because IRQ0 corresponds to the timer interrupt. So like IRQ is the physical line on the CPU, which like the the signal that gets lit up, and that interrupt request, and then we have the interrupt which is a piece of code which maps to 8. So yeah, okay, that is working as intended, but it seems here like, okay, even like during the music playback, it is using this int 8 handler, which is interesting. Maybe this is actually the key here. So you see here that we've got like moving AX from this location in stack memory. Or, like the stack pointer. How do we get there? What's SS? SS is 4BE2. Okay, so because we're in real mode, then it would be like 4BE2 000. I think that's how... Oh no, it's not that, is it? It's... Because yeah, like, there's 3 different ways that like segments work, and the 2 that like real mode, the segment is just a fixed offset in real memory, which I'm pretty sure is what we're doing here. I just can't remember. I just can't remember what that is. But we can easily figure it out. So 50C, Python, because we've got 5388. 5388 minus whatever the instruction pointer is going to be, so 2C8. Which gives us 50CO. And the code segment is 50C. Okay, so yeah, it is just shift this left 4, and then yeah, you're good to go. So that would mean that like if stack segment is 4BE2, 4BE2, it would just be 4BE20. 4BE20. Right, I see. Okay, so this would be the start of stack memory. And then underneath we've got what looks to be like, this looks like audio data of some, or at least some kind of, looks kind of bitmappy. We'll give it that much. And then it outputs it into 42 of yeah, into this counter. So during normal operation mode, 40 to 42, set the counter values on write and get the current counter value on read in 16-bit modes. But I don't think we're in 16-bit mode. No, the 16-bit reads perform without the latch command. Okay, fine. Well, that's seems to be irrelevant because we're not using that. Ah, I say. Okay, so it's taking the timer value. Oh no, it's putting something into the counter. Then it is decrementing AH, which is like the top. So it's getting 2 bytes from here. So 1 and then 4, and then it's decrementing 1 from the top number, and based on that it is moving to the left or right. Okay, then we got code here which yeah, so we've got code which references this, then we've got code which references this number, and then after that we have this here, which is apparently a pointer. Oops, sorry, this is a pointer. Like, I assume that this is... I don't know. Okay, more code for, like, stopping... or, you know, marking the interrupt as done. I mean, hang on, let's step through this and see like what code actually gets called in an 8. So it goes 91. And then it jumps all the way down there. So in here. Right, and then it yep, so it gets this pointer here, increments it by 1, puts it back into AX, loads. Okay, so I guess this is just kind of like the normal data segment that the program uses, that it's just pulling out of this pointer here. I don't know what it would be set to now. I guess it would be set to something slightly different because we're in an interrupt. But then, and yeah, then it loads a single byte into AL, and at least I think it loads a single byte into, oh no, it loads it to like ESDI, I think, or something else. I don't know, this is like one of those compound instructions which does like 3 things. And then... AH gets sent to 2. And then the first couple of bytes get rewritten again. And then it's either 0 at the top here, which then gets sent down to this method, which does a bunch of other stuff, or the one that we get stuck with, which is BF. Which one of these is BF? Oh, I suppose it's this one here. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, it goes down this pathway here, which acknowledges the interrupt is done. Then it decrements SS4H, which is this number here in memory. And then goes back to where it was. I guess this must be like DOS's interrupt handling code that we're in now. So we go like run to, I don't know, just run break. All right. Well, we at least have confirmation that like this seems to be where the program is spending all of its time here in int 8. Okay, which kind of oscillates between 72 and 6D. Oh, sorry, 5388, which is 1. And then, like, if we do it a few more times... Oh no, it's still... Okay, it's still the... This must be the same part of, like, the DOS code that's kicking us here, but... In all cases, it is kind of... It is referring to int 8, which is this timer that gets installed here. Right, so we know that functionally, like, this must be the guy responsible for playing the PC speaker music. Actually, yeah, if we keep and we can see that this pointer, oh sorry, this number is ticking down. What happens if we get to 0? 3, 2, 1. Okay, and then yeah, then we get another figure here in SS4. Okay, yeah, I see. All right, so I think this must be counting that, like, SS4 here must be counting that the delay between speaker instructions, I'd guess. Because like if I were to go into the main debugger here and just have a look in AX, we've got 12C. And we do it again. 22C. Oh, but like we're only using the top one, so it's 2C always. 2C, 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 2C. Oh wait, no, okay. Now it's like 1F. So okay, so that number is varying. And that could potentially be the what's called the data from the Steve file. And maybe the data from the Steve file is just a fixed I mean, it would depend on where it's getting it from, though. And also, it feels like isn't there part of the code which is like modding the contents of SS0? I mean, what am I saying? We can very easily check. So go wp set help wp set, yeah, wp 4b E20 1W. So any writes to address 0 of the stack pointer should trip it up. Okay, and then we've got this code here at 2D7, wherever the hell 2D7 is. Okay, that is inside the interrupt, and it is... Yeah, okay. No, that was... I didn't misremember. We do override it with stuff that we already have. But if we keep doing... but we have two spots which write to it. We have... inside the interrupt, which is at 5397, which I believe is here. And then we have a second spot, which is actually at 2FF, which, oh god, again, it's in the interrupt. Yeah, right. Okay, maybe that's not the spot. Where is it? Okay, where is it getting that from to begin with? Is it this LOD SB? It must be that LOD SB. Remind me what LOD SB is. Okay, load byte in address ESI into AL. Okay. What is DSSI? We can just look. We can just look at what's in. What, okay, DSSI is set to something that I'm not aware what it is. So we'll make a new memory window. One byte chunks. One 8340. Okay, and this just looks like data memory. And then SI is 2930 plus 2930. So how about, okay, if we just increment this a few more times, does SI change? Nope, SI remains exactly the same, so it can't be that, I suppose. I mean, the other cheaper thing we can do is, knowing that it's probably going to be music1.md, we can just search for the data in memory. Oh wait, can we do that in MAME, or do I have to like dump it? Okay, search for the memory for the specified sequence of data. Data can either be a coded string or a numeric value or expression on the wildcard character. Strings via the byte-side search. So if we go find 1000. 23, 23, 23, 23. Alright, okay, so we've got some candidates. I think we're gonna have to like be more specific though. Let's take this passage. Really? What about like this? Oh wait, no, there's an even easier. Oh, it's because I didn't add the extra 0. Okay, that's probably why. Yeah, 622D0. So what we're doing is we're looking for like the exact spot in memory where this Steve file has been loaded in. And once we know that, then we can put a breakpoint to see exactly what's doing stuff with it, and work backwards from there. And yeah, if we go like all the way back up to because like does it begin with the word Steve? No, it doesn't. But then again, like that looks like different data. This looks like Steve. This looks like classic Steve. There we go. Look at that. There it is. It's right up there. So I don't know how far through the intro music we are. So I think we'll do like clear 1. And we'll say watch point from 5F530. And we'll do it I mean, how big is the music file? It's 7900. Okay, 7900 read. And then continue. Okay. So now we're at the code which reads from the Steve file. And that code is where exactly? Is that also in the... Okay, it's at... yeah, code segment's correct. And then 2F7. Where the crap is 2F7? 2F7 is here. It's... okay, it is the LOD SB. I friggin' knew it. Alright, so... this is read a byte from the Steve file. And that... and yeah, into AL. Read a byte from the Steve file into AL. Okay, I think we're slowly getting an idea of what is going on with this. So we should maybe like write what we think is going on. So mean streets int. Okay, so write SS1. More importantly, we should go AH equals SS0 AL SS1. -1, and then if and then on this side we have AH equals SS2, AL equals SS3. Oh, actually, no. It's SI equals 2, 4. DS equals and we go AL equals that's fetching the info from the Steve file. And then eventually we do, what is it, like AH equals 55. I think that, I may be getting the Indian wrong. I think, maybe? Yeah. Because, yeah, like, we're setting AX here. And then we're, like, I assume that would be little endian. Well, hang on, we can just check in the emulator if it's little endian or not. So, oh god, no, don't that. This, yeah, okay. So we got, where's stack memory? 4BE2, okay, so it's still here. So which way around is it? If we move AX from SS, we have 2, 3, and 02. Okay, so... Okay, low comes first, so it is reversed. I see how it is. L, A, H... Okay. Okay, then we have our watch point here at... where's IP? IP 2F7. 2F7's here, okay. So we do that. Then we have this little thing here, which is always going to fail, and then it goes down to that, which resets the interrupt. And ends like that. Oh, right, I get it. But then we have whatever the pointer at like SS4 is, because that's then used to check, like, if that's 0, then it jumps to this little method here. So it should go, if AL equals 0, So it was 4 to 6. This thing here. Because at that point, we turn off. Yeah, we turn off the PC speaker driver. We call whatever this is. Oh my god, it is a bunch of shit. And then turns it back on. I think this may be just some other, what's it called? So my guess, right? My guess is that this handler runs like really quick. Like at this point, I think it's running at like 16 kilohertz. And inside that somewhere, it also needs to do the normal stuff that you want to tie up your timer handler to. And I think this here is like, let's call this. No, don't convert it to an alignment. Call it do rest of game timer on timer. So like everything except the audio is done here, and during that period, I mean, it's calling 21. Is that the same? Hang on, what's 21? No, that's pick 1. That's pick 1. This is... So you see, like, the trick here, right, is that some of these commands, like this one here, is begins with a 4 because it is programming programmable pit number 2, aka the PC speaker timer. This one down here is programming pit number 1, which is responsible for, I believe... oh wait, is that the memory one? Oh no, it's just the... Yeah, int 8. So there's just the normal timer. So we're just, you know, this code here is just disabling... Yeah, disabling yeah, it's disabling this IRQ. That's what this code does. Okay, so we don't... The good news is then we don't have to worry about what's in here. We just assume that's going to be the normal stuff that happens. But... Okay, and what happens in the other path? Interesting. Okay, so... So on our timer callback here, we have... What do you call it? We set 42 to AL. Then we count down AH. And if AH is... Oh wait, did I... Yeah, sorry, if AH equals 0, these branches should be swapped around. Because yeah, the green line means 0, so that makes sense. So it's a fixed time step then. So we every 55 every hex 55 ticks of the fast timer, it will write the contents of AL to port 42, and then once we hit 55. It cycles through and I guess picks the next value in the Steve file. Okay, that's doable. That's understandable. So then, like, what is... I am deadly curious to know what the header of the Steve file is all about. Because we have, because I mean, obviously we've got the word Steve. But then we have like some numbers which seem very out of range, like BA, E9. I don't seem to kind of fall into like the same range of the other ones that are in the music. Also, I really want to double check what like 42, port 42 is. Or like what the... In get status and counter mode, the first byte read is the status followed by 1 or 2 counter values. Oh, another thing that we could probably check is if I open up another... So, like, one of the nice things MAME gives you is every freaking piece of state that's in the computer. And I imagine that would also include the counter on the programmable interrupt timer, if I could find it. If I could find it in all of this stuff. Oh, here we go. Got clock scale. Look at the PIC. PIT counter. Here we go. Okay. Oh, it'd be nice if we just see all of these in one hit. So counter to... I mean, that's the gate flag. And the latch... I guess it's just this count. And if we were to fast forward history a bit... Yeah, okay, so we can see here that 1D... Like, this is corresponding, or at least, yeah, it's trailing behind by 1. but you can see that AL is being shipped into the counter here. So what's the frequency? What's the frequency of the pit? Clock scale. No, it's not clock scale. It would be... Oh, whatever. We can infer it from in here. Because like before it does that, it will set, like it sets the timer, and then it's the rate generator. It's like unscaled clock. Yeah, there's too many variables in a PC, as it turns out. It would be the pit counter. Would be sound stream.
Oh yes, I forgot about her. With a woman helping them, Batman and Robin might just give us some trouble.
Is that... Hang on. But that's also to 40, which would imply counter number 2. Did I just screw up the... I might have screwed up the comments for this. Oh, I probably did. Oh, jeez. Alright. Okay. No, 43 is... Okay, 43 is pit mode port control word register for counters 1 to 2. Okay, which then, that's used to... Oh, that's used to pick what counter to write to? Yeah, okay, and that makes sense because then we write to port 40, which is pit counter 0. And then we set it to counter 2, which is bits 0 to 7. Okay, control word register for counters 1 to 2. Once control word, okay. Freaking... Yeah, okay. So we're selecting a counter. What is the damn mode? I just said counter 2 bits 0 to 7 because we're running at 90, which would be yeah, okay. So it's counter 2 select. That's this bit. Then we're going to figure out what the deal is with these bytes. So counter access is read write counter bits 0 to 7 only, which would be this. And then counter mode is 0 detection interrupt. And like usually I think it's this square wave mode. Like how's it currently programmed in our sound driver? Yeah, so we currently do B6, which is, again, okay, which then is read 0 to 7 first and 8 to 15, and then we have this last bit here, which is gonna be square wave generator, and that's how you normally play the tone on the PC speaker. But we're not using square wave generator. We're using, or any of the rate generators. We're just using 0 detection interrupt, which I think is just manually setting it. And like honestly, if I didn't know any better, I'd just assume that like it looks like it's a fixed frequency, right? With every 5 ticks, we just set the counter in the time, in here to whatever's in the Steve file, which would imply to me that that's, and yeah, we can like, I'm looking at the Steve file, it is just waveform information. So maybe it's just kind of like a very limited resolution. It doesn't really tell you like what kind of the I don't think that we're generating a square wave here. Hang on. How about the what is the DOS box? So if we've got pit mode one shot, pit mode, we don't have pit mode rate generator. Here we go. Mode 0 one shot used with RealSound. So we get the count out of the... So we get the count out of there. We then compare it, I guess, with this, which is 80. And then add in a then add in a delay entry. Okay, determines that the inbound wave is squared by inspecting current and previous states. Oh, okay, so this is just bodge. Okay, I bodge on the driver to check if it's meant to be like a square wave. We have a sine wave. The pit was steadily on. Peter was turned from an off state. And then so yeah, like, it seems... like, to my eyes, that looks like a frequency. Like, it looks like it's treating it, whatever count that we've got in there, like a frequency. Which makes me... I might have, like, one quick cheeky look at Ken's Labyrinth again. Okay, hex 4266. Okay. But like, that's... okay. Oh, okay. That uses out P. Oh, but that's like in the music driver. Okay, so they create a lookup table between timer frequency and actual frequency. I guess they put it in there. And then later on they load that. Yeah, it looks reasonably similar. Yeah, like it must be just like a I don't know then. I really don't know. Okay, well we have this little guide here. Let's see if we can hack in. Just hack in a callback which tries to play back the Steve file. Just to see if it's possible. Oh, it's all the way up there, isn't it? So if we were to go up to here and go define timer and we do that, Okay, then inside the timer. Oh, we would need another. Then we basically go, that's it. We're getting married to the timer. That's the secret conclusion of the stream. Oh, apparently this is the Street Fighter 2 soundtrack. I guess it's one of the endings. Sorry about the spoilers. Okay, we can... +1.
And I still, think that's probably the case.
Okay. So we're now running at like 16 kilohertz. And then... And then, yeah, maybe we have some code in here for, like, the high-res callback. How long is one? Is 55? 85. So there's 85 ticks of the other timer. something about this I don't get, because I mean, okay, it sets it up so that the timer runs at 16 kilohertz, but then if we're only ever changing what's getting sent to here, every 55 goes, that's what, like, what was the... So we have like a frequency of 16572 times per second. And then we cut it up by a factor of 85. Doesn't that reduce the effective sample rate to 200 hertz? I mean, we could also do like a little bit of math. So we know that the Steve file is this many bytes long. So if we were to take this and divide it by 194.99647, we would get 158 seconds long, which seems a little bit too high. But if we were to divide by 16572, you get 1.8 seconds. Okay, emulator back. This... Because, like, the next question that I have after all of this... Okay, interesting. So it kind of fades out at the end. Like, the next question I have after all of this is, like, how do we transform just a regular old 8-bit WAV file into something that we can ship to the PC speaker, like... Because there must be some kind of fairly trivial way of transforming it. And like... Yeah, like, it doesn't look like it's fading out in the traditional way that you'd normally see with a piece of audio. It's... Yeah, I honestly don't know what's going on. Like, that's... Yeah, like the piece of the puzzle which I'm still kind of like a little bit confused about is interrupt on terminal count, which is mode 0 one shot. So we go PIT mode 0, 1 shot. Okay, for this mode, when the command register is written, the output signal goes low and the PIT waits for the reload register to be set by software to begin the countdown. After the reload register has been set, the current count will be set to the reload value on the next falling edge of the input signal. Okay. Subsequent falling edges of the input signal will decrement the current count if the gate input is high on the preceding right. Okay. I think I understand now. So what we are in fact doing is we're setting kind of like or my understanding of how this is working, right? So the time, like, we still have a timer going on. What we are doing is, like, the Steve file or the numbers in the Steve file are just adjusting what the current timer is set at. And every 55 time periods, it picks the next number in the Steve file. But we're setting, you know, it's setting it to this number of ticks, and then I guess over time, like, initially it will then pull the speaker on, but then after this many timer intervals, it will go back to 0. And maybe, like, the difference between that and 55 is kind of the pulse width. I think that might be it. Yeah, and despite the leading name of this mode, it only generates interrupts on channel 0. Okay, but yeah, we're not messing with channel 0. We're messing with channel 2. Output signal goes low and waits for the reload register to be set by software. The reload register has been set. The current count will be set to the reload value on the next falling edge of the whatever signal. Subsequent falling edges of the input signal will decrement the current count. Right. And, like, this is the global clock. But and, like, we compare this, like, to square wave generator. POTA generator is the frequency divider, like mode 2. Okay, so there is yeah. So there's no what's it called. So the numbers that are being described in here are relative, I guess, to the top level timer, I think. They're not related to any, like, frequency, timer frequency that we might have had. Because, like, okay, what was the exact? So yeah, what we do is that we, right, I get it. Okay, so channel 1. I'm not sure if it's meant to be channel 1. I would have thought that channel 1 is. This seems wrong. I think it might be channel 0. Let's check that it's actually channel 0. Because channel 1 is meant to be for the RAM, and you're advised not to touch it. 3, 6. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so we have counter 0 select. Yeah, okay, so I screwed that up. But we do have A rate generator set, and then sorry, no, counter 0 is selected. Then we have whatever the hell this is. Write 2 bytes. Then we have square wave generator. Is that okay? Maybe is that really what I intended? God, alright. Like this I'm pretty sure I got from PC Timer, so it must be correct. Oh, and I don't have PC Timer around, so I can't check. Oh, whatever. Whatever. Like if we look at how Mean Streets does it. Yeah, counter 0, write 2 bytes, mode 2, rate generator. Okay. So we've got that. We set in the high resolution frequency. That should still okay. So that mod should still hold. Everything else should run at the correct speed, even with that in place, because we've just nested it one, and hopefully because we're running on a Pentium, well, because like should be fine. You know, Mean Streets ran fine on a on a 286 in theory. So maybe it's okay to just have like that higher frequency for the timer. Then game? Hello? Oh geez. Alright. Did not like that, huh? Oh, maybe it was this. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have messed with that. Let's change that back. So that's at least the same. Oh, too many tabs. Too many tabs. Okay, and then where's my okay, this is my Ferenti tab. I'm gonna go back into here. No, apparently running at 16 16 kilohertz too much for it. Either that or I screwed up my interrupt somehow. Like, because yeah, we have all of the timer stuff in this struct which gets memory protected. And if I were to go back down here and change this to just timer hertz, and rebuild this, like, would it run? Okay, it'd run just the... So it is just the... So I wonder if we were to go to change this to 34. Okay, it's just running it at maybe that's a DJ GPP limitation. Maybe DJ GPP struggles to live if you're running the timer callback that fast. Oh, I didn't even think of like checking to see. I didn't even think of checking to see if we could go like higher than 1K on here. That may be actually a bit of a that may be a bit of a derailment if that's the case. Like if we, you know, if the game straight up hangs if you set the timer too high. Like what if I were to like, what if we were to ease into it? Let's say like 4,000. Okay, does it live with 4,000? It does. So 4,000 is fine. How about 8,000? $8,000 is okay. 12,000. 12,000 works. Okay, the audio callback is a bit slow as expected because we're running at 1/3 this. Oh no, divided by 16. Is that working as expected? It's because we're counting at high res ticks, and then we only do the inner bunch of it if, which includes like the audio callbacks. Yeah, right, sure, okay. But then 1,500 15,000, sorry. 15,000 is okay. But then we do 16,000. Can't do it. It just chokes. Apparently that's the threshold at which DJ GPP just isn't having it. We don't have to do 16,000. We could get away with the scrappy 15,000. I'm not sure about our chances on like real hardware if we were to do that. Let's say we were to do this. Interesting. Okay, so the divisor is so changing the divisor to be lower also seems to affect this. So if I were to like go down it, oh, then again, like 15,000 could just be naturally too unstable to run. Yeah. So 10,000 seems to work. And yeah, like the regular timer code seems to be fine. Oh wait, do I have the build which fixes the... Yes, it does fix the music, okay. So, that's really weird. That's really weird how, when I say really weird, I'm guessing it just means that, like, there is something in the default... the default int8 handler, which does not deal very well with being run more than 16,000 times a second. Like maybe it's like polling, it could be polling the BIOS, for instance, or something like that. So... Okay, was it? The output of PIT channel 2 is connected to PC speaker, so the frequency of the output determines the frequency of the sound produced by the speaker. This is the only channel where the gate input can be controlled by software via bit 0 of port 61, and the only channel where its output, a high or low voltage, can be read by software via bit 5. And then and yeah, given that so we're not using the what's it called? We're not using anything to do with like the rate generator, so therefore there's no frequency involved with the PIT clock. Hey Funky. Funky says, "Hello friends. This looks more than my experience with Scratch can help with." Yeah, we've got mired quite deep in the weeds here. Because yeah, we're trying to make the terrible PC speaker play back real audio, and we've we've kind of figured out how Tex Murphy does it, and we're just seeing what it would take to shoehorn it into this engine that I've been writing. I'm a little bit concerned because we need to get this number like all the way up to 15,000, and it starts flaking out as soon as you get around like 12,000, maybe 14,000, and to the extent where I'm not sure if it's fixable. So I hate to say it, I may have to write it off, or at the very least kind of like downgrade my expectations quite substantially. But I mean, like, here, no, not, get out of here. Don't need that. So we've got our crappy interrupt data handler. So runs, gets called by PIT0 at whatever the frequency from here was, 16572. And then okay, and then the reset period is 55. So if we can, where's our, and that's like the main clock, you know, the maximum clock speed, which is this. So okay, right. So that's okay, 14037. Wow, this is actually quite high res. I'm surprised. So what is the smallest time unit? The smallest time unit that we're talking about here is one of these. So time units are seconds. What does it say? Is when the when the mode command register, the output signal goes low and waits for the reload register to be set by software to begin the countdown. After the reload register has been set, the current count will be set to the reload value on the next falling edge. Subsequent falling values of the input signal will decrement the current count. Okay. So then, every time like the main clock has a falling edge, it'll decrement the current count, and when it goes from 1 to 0, the output goes high. So we'll basically like load value from Steve file into AL. Load AL into PIT to counter. And then okay, and this 55 is not, this 55 is done in what's it called? PITO units. Okay, understood. So what is PITOs? We should just get the actual number. 48. All right. So 48 1193180. So we would then say after 55p, which is about seconds. Ah, okay. And then we've got this rate, which is 1 divided over that. Okay, and that's 194 hertz. Ugh, all right. I think it's AH. Hang on. So go back, go into here. Oh, yeah, okay, so it was... Yeah, if AL is 0, okay. I guess, yeah, because 0 only appears at the end of the Steve file. So maybe that signifies the end of the tune? Could be the end of the tune. Yeah, so we're like a little 0 here at the end of the tune. Funky says, I promise I'm much better with hardware. I simply can't do any languages, be it Portuguese, Polynesian, or Pascal. Yeah, it's... like, as in, what kind of hardware are you talking? Yeah, alright. My guess is that this just cleans everything up at the end of the sound, and then otherwise it calls this thing. Oh yeah, no, that's right. There's a second counter which checks whether or not you call the game callback. I see. Okay. Maybe the only way that we're going to be able to to get what we want is to fix the issue that we have with the old DOS timer and calling it inline that we were whinging about before. Because it seems that chaining it to run at like 16 kilohertz is bad. But by the same token, if we just have it go going at full tilt, then we just get stuck. Yeah, but I mean, we've got it running at 10 kilohertz. That should be enough to like create a really gruesome playback mode that maybe sounds like the Steve file, but I mean, going back to the, sorry, we should finish off the maths here. So we have like 55, which okay, and then yeah, that decrements 8H. Load SSO. Yeah. So then this gets called like this. So if we think about P equals this and T equals this. P divided by T. Okay, so that makes sense. Hex 72. 48. Right. Okay. I understand now. I see what they're doing. So in the Steve file here, we have what looks like a waveform. If you really like cross your eyes and squint, you can see the histogram has a shape to it that looks pretty much like an 8-bit wave file. And like to prove it, if I were to like go ahead and like look at an actual wave file, games Win16 does, I think I've got like some sample files here. Yeah, okay, 22k dot wav. So like this is what an 8K WAV file. Oh, sorry, no. This is what a 8-bit wave file looks like. So you can see that like this is 0, this is 255, and most of the data centers around 80, which is like the midway point, and you can see the wave file in there. But then we compare that to music1.snd, which is the Steve file, and we've got a similar kind of waveform looking shape, but it is very much centered around like 22. It's not quite like, it's not quite 1/4 of the actually no, it's like slightly more than 1/4 of the range. And as far as I can tell, the reason why that's happening is that when you do the math with regards to like the time that we've got going on, the highest number that you can put in, like all we are doing is we are telling the speaker to either turn on or off. And because we are I don't know, because we're running the code at this interval here, but the timer itself runs in units of this amount, it essentially means that the most we can set the timer to, or set the counter to, is 48. Because 48 is the equivalent of just basically saying, keep the speaker on for one period. So if we were to go like half of that, which is like 24, it would just basically mean keep the speaker on for like half of one period, then turn it off, and, you know, so forth and so forth. But that's how, you know, that's kind of how it deals with it. And that sort of corresponds to the waveform, I think. Hey, Racing the Beam. We're getting lost into like PC speaker physics at this point, but I think we've figured it out. So all these values here in the Steve file would assume that 24, I think, is the neutral point. Or there's like the crossover point. And then, yeah, it's not quite... I mean, I would have thought that would be like an effective... That's the thing, it's not like... Even though that we're running this at like 200 hertz, it's not really 200... Hang on, wait. Where did I get 200 hertz from? Because the period is happening at 1.6 or 1.6 something kilohertz. Oh, sorry, 16 kilohertz. And we're specifying how long during that period the thing is on or off for. And yeah, it's like made more complicated by the fact that there's kind of like a low pass filter going on. Like that's how they kind of play back the sound and it makes normal. Oh, Funky says, I think my laptop speakers are dying, so I've got the right side at 70% volume to balance it out volume-wise. Yeah, it's interesting to kind of... Like, I remember reading about the Asahi project, which is all about kind of like writing open source drivers, etc., for like the new line of like Macintosh, like MacBook laptops, like the ones using the M1 chip and everything. And like part of apparently what they do there for the speakers is like there's individual calibration data for each speaker. So there's like a whole bunch of what's it called? So like part of the reason kind of like why it sounds good is that they have a special filtering mechanism that goes on, and because, you know, like the speaker is obviously like kind of limited in like the range of frequencies that it can put out naturally, but what you can do is you can measure outside of the computer what it sounds like and then use that to create a filter which drives the speaker in such a way that what you hear is like more accurate, if that makes sense. So it's doing some trickery to get around the fact that you know, the computer itself generates like an interference pattern and you want to kind of cancel it out so it sounds good. And it also helps, I think, that they've just got good speakers in there, or they've got, you know, they've got a separate subwoofer from a tweeter section, which gives you more options for how you can kind of do, yeah, doing stuff. We have the opposite of that. We have the world's, we have a speaker cone that you can either turn on or off, and we're, you know, this is using like awful timing stuff to fake regular sounding music. Like, what's it called? Now, let's see. So yeah. So it's like a little bit tinny, but like this is just either on or off and being changed at like an incredibly high rate. Oh, don't know why I disappeared. Oh, because maybe I hit escape too quick. Whatever. Oh, Funky says, mine is a Surface laptop that, quote, fell off the back of a truck. I mean, judging by excuse me. I was gonna say, like, judging by how reliable some Surface laptops have been, I'd say at some stage of their life, maybe they all fell off the back of a truck from a big height onto the ground, and that can kind of explain away some of the problems. I don't know. Like, a few jobs ago, I had a Surface laptop, and it would just... It's like a Surface Pro 3, and it was very good at just... I don't know, like, I would just kind of keep it on my desk for testing, and I could tell whenever a Windows update came in because all the fans would start screaming in unison. It was like you could set your watch to it. Alright. So, where does that leave us here? So we can... I think, yeah, if we really want to make this happen, we kind of need to run it at the same rate. Or alternatively, like, we could... I mean, like, I want to know how, I kind of... Like, Ken obviously has, like, a different way of doing it to this, because this transforms it into it transforms it into something waveform adjacent, but it's not the same. Like, there's definitely some kind of transform going on. But if we were to... I was gonna say, if I were to just run this code here in my engine, we're at the highest speed that it can do before hanging, which is 10 kilohertz, it's going to sound really bad. But now that I say that out loud, that's not a reason not to try it. So maybe, yeah, let's just prototype it. Let's just kind of put in... put in a little bit of playback code for that, and just see how rough it sounds. Good stuff. Okay. So I think maybe the easiest way to test this would be to hard code the contents. It probably would be to hard code the contents of the Steve file into here. Convert binary file to C. Funky says, it's free to me, and even that is more than I'm willing to spend. The most recent update broke the Windows Update service and the drivers for the battery. Not even the DISM worked. Yeah, it's... I have to admit, like, I'm like, the thing that kind of staggers me the most about the Surface systems is just kind of how... I mean, honestly, like, you'd think, right? The flagship series of computer released by Microsoft to showcase Windows, you'd think of all things like they would have the best experience with updates and drivers. But if anything, like, they're more of a crapshoot than just getting, like, a Dell. I don't know what it is about them, but they just don't really, despite having such, like, an advantage, a vertical integration advantage, they're somehow, like, more hazy than... Yeah, they're more hazy than Dell. And it's just... It doesn't really give you much confidence. Bin to C? Is this just like a... Is this something that I should just have? Bin to C? Yay, SS bin to C? Bin to CPP. Okay. Yeah, so like the nice way to do it would be have like some, yeah, to have, you know, have some code that reads the Steve file into memory, etc, etc, etc. But you know, we're just doing a test. It doesn't have to be great. It doesn't have to even be good. In fact, there's, you know, it's probably better that it's not good. Bin to C. Okay. Depends on. Okay, depends on a bunch of stuff. Looks like it's .NET. Already, I'm feeling a bit naff on bin C. Bin to C. Doesn't have to be good. Steve. Sorry. Music. Okay, and there we've got our data. Funky says, I love how Dell is the accepted benchmark of a crap top. Maybe I've just had like a nice experience because, I don't know. I don't know. I miraculously got like a good Dell laptop, which, you know, it was like the model of XPS just before they ruined the keyboard, and somehow like all the Linux drivers work perfectly. So I've just been holding on to that for dear life. But yeah, like compared to, I don't know, like what would be my benchmark for a crap top? I'd say, I don't know, HP comes pretty close. Like they've tried to gussy it up a bit, but they're still kind of still not great. Oh, Acer. Acer is the crap top. I've never in my short years on this earth had a good Acer laptop that I've used. It's always just been varying degrees of miserable. Yeah, okay. So that's, so I assume that if we just slice off these two rows, and then we just have pure Steve data after this. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that's 16. So 31008. Hang on, Python 30976. Okay. Okay. So let's move that in here. We've now got all of that. We can then include steve.h. Yep, good. And in here, in PC speaker and net, we're going to yeah, we're gonna do whatever whatever the setup code did. Okay, that sets counter 0. Okay, then we set counter 2, so we gotta do that. So output B 43 90. Okay, then we got this code here, which then turns the speaker. Oh no, okay, it re-enables. Okay, that re-enables the interrupt controller. This turns the speaker on. Okay. So I think there's that, and then that's the init crap that we need to do, and then up in here. Oh, Funky says, when someone asks for IT help and they whip out an Acer, I know it's going to be hell. My Dell experiences certainly muddy my view of them, but I can acknowledge they have nice peripheral displays. Yeah, like before Acer, I imagine like Compaq was maybe like scraping the bottom of the barrel, but if there's a, I don't know, if there's like kind of like more of a, I don't know, I guess they just must be crazy cheap, because they're surprisingly popular for something which is just bad. It's just bad. Like, I don't know, I tend to associate Acer with like really cheap plastic, quite slow components, and I don't know, just questionable driver support. Sometimes there'd be a bit of crapware in there too. I've not actually used, to be fair though, I've not used a recent Acer laptop. My experiences are from like 10 years ago, so there's probably been changes of some type since then, question mark. Okay, oh, we've got all this crap. We so what have we got here? We've got we've got A size, so I should probably change the name. Steve. Steve size, Steve. And we don't need the name. Okay, so that's good, and then we can go if timer high res ticks less than Steve size, this is going to sound like hell. And then we just do what Mean Streets does. Except worse, because it's going to be the wrong frequencies, but whatever. And how does Mean Streets do it? Oh wait, no, that's not going to be correct. We're going to need static unit 32t Steve pointer equals 0. Steve pointer is less than or equal to Steve size. Steve pointer plus. Okay, then we go like if timer high res ticks mod (55) equals 0. Steve pointer plus plus. And what is it that we do? Oh, okay, we do out 42. Okay, let's. So, the other thing that we will need to do is we will need to go into the game here and temporarily turn off the music so that we can hear a beautiful, horrible PC speaker hack. Rad. No, rad. Oh, okay, I did put it here. So we'll just temporarily comment that out. So it doesn't actually play it. Yeah, alright. Oh, Funky says, I've had some bad Lenovo's, but I've also been on some high-end models without those issues, so maybe they make models with cheap components, but don't scale their bloatware accordingly. I have a work computer that is a Lenovo, and the main grievance that I had with it, but I think it's since mellowed out, was that the USB-C dock would flake out a lot. And in fact, I had to like force the computer to never sleep, because once it slept, then it would like lose connection with all my monitors and everything. And I think that might have been like a firmware issue that they've since resolved in like the 5-ish years since I've had that computer. But oh, and the keyboard. I mean, the keyboard has a lot of travel, but there is dust under one of the keys, and it means that I can't press like the letter K. I've been meaning to kind of like have a rummage around underneath and figure out what's going on, but I've not done that yet. Okay, we've got a... Okay, the fix is in place. We've got the Steve pointer. We're running it in DOSBox, so it hopefully shouldn't give a toss about whether or not the memory is locked. Let's build it and hear what it sounds like. My money is on it's sounding horrible and I have no idea what's going on. Well, it was close. Yeah. It made a sound, but it did not Okay, well, yeah. You can kind of make out the music. That must be like the little synth solo that happens in the middle. Gross. Real gross. Okay. And that, what was the timer that we had for that? We had that at running at 10 kilohertz. So not really what we want. We could try doing do a little bit of math to try and stretch. I mean, it's gonna sound bad in a different way, but I'm keen to try and figure out what's because alright, so right now we have PIT0 that's running at like 10 kilohertz. If we were to replicate this, which would be, so we go PB equals 1 divided by 10,000. T is still going to be this. And then we need P equals whatever the other one is. That's what it's meant to be playing back at. And then if you go 55 times P, which gives you this time period, and you divide that by PB, $33. Okay, so 33 is meant to be the adjusted figure. Okay, let's see. Is it more recognizable if we do it like that? Probably not. But who can say? Reset this. Oh, and it crashed. Beautiful. Okay, well, presumably, yeah, this is also made more difficult by that. Hang on, where was? Not you. Maybe you? Ah, this here. Okay, so yeah, so we would need to convert. So what is like T over P or P over T? P over T is currently 72. And we need to down convert that to okay, no, it's okay. So the new one is like 119. Which oh, but like oh, okay, yeah, but we then kind of like run back to the same the core problem, which is that the file is it's always going to sound, you know, we can't like magically make the sample rate change because we don't know what the transformation is. Oh, okay, all right, so really, I mean, the other thing we could do is we could just up this to like whatever we think the real deal is, which was I mean, if we were to go just like 16,000, that would probably be close enough. Maybe we'll hear like a little blip before it crashes. Nope. I guess it's not. And if we were to go up here and pass it into there must be something that I'm missing. Like, is there a reset? No, no. Because that's definitely running at like 16. Was there anything else in the sequence that I was missing out? Like, really, it's just loading in AL into there. Unless, of course, there's like maybe some other code which yeah. Like, it definitely doesn't sound like it's playing back at the right speed. It's like half speed almost. Which makes me think that maybe the slowdown is in this interrupt somewhere. Like maybe it's not maybe it's being held up by something that's happening in the chain. What if I get rid of the chain? What if we just set protected mode, sorry, DPI. Hang on. Okay, get DPI from our protected mode and save the structure returns. Call IRAT wrapper, processing address your functions. This will address the wrapper function as a small assembler function. Does it? Okay, yep. Okay, then we do passing it the value of the PM offset field. If you want, okay, and then there's like the automatic chain, which we're gonna disable for now. So this may also cause the thing to crash, but we'll see. Yeah, we got like a tiny amount of this. Okay, yeah. Okay, in V1X I was used to the Go32 functions, but now comes V2 which also has DPMI functions. These two groups of functions have different functionality, so don't just substitute the new ones for the old ones because it usually doesn't work. The new DPMI are just bare bones wraps of DPMI API calls, generally unsuitable for use of handlers in C, whereas the old Go32 functions are intelligent helper routines, which only makes sense if your interrupt handlers are C functions. They save all the registers on the stack, blah 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 blah. Hard to interrupt pitfalls. One of your problems might be that your interrupt handler or some memory location you use gets PageX, the virtual memory mechanism. Yeah, talking about locking. We know about that. Hybrid peripheral generates a lot of interrupts. This is true. We are kind of setting it to, yeah. Even a 1 kilohertz clock might eat up half of the available cycles. Oh, geez. All right. Reflection of interrupts between real and protected modes. Oh, no. Okay. Good rule of thumb is to consider 20 kilohertz as the breaking point if your program needs to do something non-trivial besides servicing interrupts. If you're beyond that interrupt rate, consider reducing the interrupt frequency or move some of the processing inside the interrupt handler somewhere else. Your handler's written in C, written in assembly, and make sure it doesn't chain. Make sure your program keeps the processor completely in protected mode while handling high frequency interruptions. Yeah, okay. I mean, I want to keep it entirely in protected mode. Okay. Go32 DPMI I've simulated. Is that what I want? Is that what allows me to call? Okay, this function simulates a real mode interrupt. The registers are set up from reg, including CS and IP, which indicate the address of the call. Any registers the function modifies are reflected in regs on return. Hello, this might actually be what I'm after. This might be what I'm after. Oh, except... No, it's not. Because I want to... Simulate fcall. This function simulates a real mode far call to a function that returns the far return. I mean, that might actually be it. Maybe that's it. Let's try that. And then go 32 DPMI simulate fcall iret. Oh yeah, because there's a... Simulates a real mode... Oh, that's real mode. We... Real mode far call to a function that returns with an iret instruction. That returns the far return. Any registers the function modifiers are reflected in registers on return. A small temporary stack. I think it would be this dpmi simulate fcall irat that we want to run with our timer handler prot old. Oh, okay. Expected dpmi regis pointer, but argument is type of seg info. God damn it. Alright. Maybe not that then. Okay, because of the way DPMI works, you may not long jump out of an interrupt handler or perform any system calls from within an interrupt handler. Yeah, okay, yeah, we're doing that. That's all good. Come on. One of you guys has got to be just to let me do the thing, right? Please? Pretty please? Oh, there's another thing. I mean, we could check to see if GitHub has any mention of site. github.com. Whatever the hell this is. Because presumably people want to use this for things. Oh god, people are using DJGPP for PC98. That's something I didn't consider. Windquake, there we go. Well, you know. Surely Windquake won't set us wrong. I know that Windquake uses CWS DPMI at least. Okay, go DPMI registers. FRET or IRET. Yeah, so we have this may be it. This may be it. So we have code here which gets a protected mode interrupt vector. It puts it somewhere else and then it allocates an IRET wrapper for the new one and sets it. That's all good. Now PM old vec. What else uses PM old vec? Okay, just the stuff that reinstalls the previous interrupt one. Handler history. For what? Okay, so there's no... It was like tantalizingly close to what we wanted. We've got like Go32 simulate interrupt. Okay, that makes sense. Allocate DOS memory, free DOS memory.
And so far I've only found it works with cold ones. But come to think of it...
Come to think of it, indeed. Yeah, I should probably take a break at some point. Unlock. I mean, that's more memory locking crap. Really? Nothing on GitHub uses this. Or nothing that you've indexed on GitHub, at least. If you want your handler to chain to the previous real... Oh, okay. So... Oh, God, alright. Okay, so... This is meant to be for chaining in real mode. But in... But then this... Yeah, okay. In protected mode, it's harder. Like, the issue with chaining is that most of the time, because we're running it, like, in real high frequency mode, we only want to call the regular handler, like, 18.2 times a second instead of 16,000 times a second. And normally we would just be able to do that with like one of these, you know, if it was real mode we could just do one of these calls, but DPMI chain protected mode interrupt vector does like a whole bunch of crap in assembly, and I'm not sure how we can replicate that. Chain protected. You're gonna look me in the eye and say it's not there. God, what? Oh, maybe it's just my laptop which has that. Okay, well, I'm gonna take a quick stretch break because my back is seizing up. But yeah, we're close. I think I know the stream title is not accurate because I've not done any art. I've just been hyper focused on doing the bad PC speaker thing. But I'll live with it. Yeah, be back in like 5 to 10 minutes. stretch, had a little walk around. Okay, so going back into the maths here. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that we figured out that the maximum possible, what's it called? Like the biggest number that you could get in, or the biggest amplitude you could get in the file was 48. Because like, yeah, so the inside the Steve file, you've got all these numbers here. And I think that if you divided one period by the other period, then it would eventuate that. I mean, hang on, we can work this out. So we've got this period here, and we go like 1 over p, and we get that, and it was. Okay, and that was the main timer period, and then there was this, and it was like p divided by t. Okay, p divided by t is 72, which in hexadecimal is 48. So what that essentially means is that every pit 0 interrupt happens every 72 timer ticks, or it happened every int 8 interrupt happens every 72 clock, master clock ticks. And then because this, because like programming pit 2 is also tied to the master clock, then that just basically means the waveform is decided as like like that, where and then this would be okay, and then this would be every int 8. And because this is happening at what's it called, an effective frequency of 16 kilohertz, my guess is that this is being averaged out as what's it called? So basically, when you put a number here in AL, then you just take 48, which is your maximum, and then AL over 48 is basically a number from 0 to 1, and that's the position of the speaker, or where it's being rounded to at the very least. Which makes me wonder that there must be something wrong with my math, right? Because as we, like, my initial reading of it was that we just we go to the next sample in the Steve file after 55 int 8s. But if that were true, then that would reduce the frequency, or you know, like the sample, it would reduce the effective sample rate, sort of, to to 230, which is not very high. That's like lower than concert, you know, it's like 1 octave below concert A. Nearly. So that math doesn't really sit correctly in my mind, because we're hearing frequencies that are definitely higher than that. Like, it really does sound like it is happening at close to 8,000 hertz. And how long is the Steve file? The Steve file is about 79,000 bytes long, so 309.76. Let's just time how long the intro music takes to play. And then from there, figure out what's supposed to be going on. Because it's like, I thought it was like 20 to 30 seconds of music. GOG. Tex Murphy 1 and 2, Mean Streets. So just do a little bit of old-fashioned stopwatch work. Mount C here, C. Okay, so that was about 42 seconds in all. So 309.76 divided by 42-ish seconds. Okay, so then that suggests that we need to have an effective sample rate of about 737. Like, I mean, I can kind of understand this. I'm pretty sure it's... Like, I'm guessing the reason that they're doing it this way is for, like, space compression reasons. Like, what's it called? Like, I've got one of these TI synthesizer chips on this board, and it does a similar-ish sort of trick to get the bit rate down nice and low. Like, it has a lattice filter which works, you know, it's meant to kind of replicate speech, so it takes advantage of the fact that you don't need a lot of different well, you know, usually it's just like either a tone or a noise, and you can kind of like use a lattice filter and a bunch of decomposition math to reduce that to like a very low bit rate. But this just seems to be kind of using sustained tones played back at like, I think it's I mean, no, it wouldn't be a tone though. It would be just... No, it would just be holding the diaphragm in position for a certain amount of time. So maybe... I don't know. I honestly don't know. Because, like, yeah, 700 hertz still seems very low. So I've got install timer. Interrupt 8. And yeah, like AH it's just counting down from 55, I guess, every single time. $55 seems high though. Oh, and we're okay, so start exit to DOS. Then run to next interrupt. That should be that. B 538D. Okay, and now we can see the context of AL and AH. Wait. AH is always low. It's like always 2. What's up with that? What's up with that? Why where did we get 55 from? Like hang the freak on. Because yeah, like IP is 2CD, which is here. But I was led to believe that we would eventually make it here. Okay, so maybe there is a problem with my math. Yeah, okay, so it's decreasing AH. Then we go to 0, and then we jump to this mess here. Wait. No, hang on. I've screwed up, haven't I? So, fine, it pulls. Okay, then it pulls 21 from AL. Oh, what? Oh. See? So, okay, I know what's going on now. I figured it out. I think. Look at this instruction here. Look at this little guy. MOV AH2, whereas in my disassembled version, it's MOV AH55. So what I reckon's going on... Oh, and in fact, like, I even got a little hint to it. Like, the disassembler noticed that this location in the code is special. What's going on here is that we have some other part of the program which is hot patching the code to change this number. And I'm guessing it's the part of the code that's responsible for loading the Steve file. So 55 is in fact... Okay, so ignore 55. 55 is just dangerous and wrong. So... What other places we got? Yeah. Oh, and install timer freaking does it. Yeah, okay. So here we go. Okay, number of int 8 before moving to next tone. Yeah, I just wasn't... Okay, I wasn't paying attention. That's why. Okay, so that solves that mystery. So that would mean that the effective sample rate is much, much higher. Closer to 15 kilohertz. Who freaking knew? Okay, so... Would that mean that if I went up to here and I changed this to 2, would the music play back? I mean, it'd be cool if it did. I'm not sure if life would be that simple though. Oh yeah, and me. Okay, I'm in the middle of like just screwing around with things. So just comment that out, comment this back. Get rid of that. Probably gonna need some kind of assembly monstrosity. Okay. I mean, it's still, come on. It loves to crash. It loves to crash because of the DJGPK timer. But we've got music playing back. Oh, interesting, and it's also overriding. I think what must be happening is that it's overriding memory because, like, look at that gruesome. Okay, well, that's fine. We've solved that part of the mystery then. Great. So going back to the disassembly. Where did it get all this from? Alright, seal I think is the... Okay, seal is the interrupt. Oh, sorry, ES20 is the location of where the interrupt vector is. which we then overwrite with the int8 function. But before that, then we have, okay, it loads in CX from SS0. Like, I mean, oh wait, no, we set it here. Okay, so SS0 gets set to CX, which would and then CH is the number of innate cycles. Oh, okay, and then CH gets set from either here, whatever byte 23286. Okay, we'll call it no, CH still. Unless there's some reference that I'm missing. Is it just there in the header of the Steve file, maybe? Is it just there that we can look at? No, I don't see any number 2 by itself. Whatevs. Alright, so now for the bastard hard part, which is how do we call the DOS interrupt code? I don't think we can use the, okay, so here's the thing. So there's this like DPMI get protected mode interrupt vector. Like by the time that we get this, it's already got like a wrapper around it, an IRET wrapper, which essentially I think means that if we were to just call it in line, it would wreck everything. Or you know, it wouldn't work as expected because it'll try and leave early and then the stack would all be kind of messed up. So what we really need to know is like what's the actual code behind this? Can we just call that inline as part of our protected mode handler? And honestly, that shouldn't be too big a deal. Just put a little bit of, because we're out of the PC speaker zone now. One sec. Okay, so this is all the original stuff. Set protected. Mode interrupt. So is this actually called for? It is. Okay, there's. Because yeah, we're looking for where this is called by libc for number 8. Oh wait, no, this is okay. This is a test. Oh god. Okay, so maybe it's not. Maybe it's not done that. Like it's got, okay, it's got to call this at some point, because this is what it actually uses to tell the DPMI server, like Windows or what have you. There we go. So here we go. We've got this code here, which appears to set the timer for int 8, which is what we're after. Ah, but there's also this. There's also... So let's look at both. It's got to be one of these two, right? Okay, this is using the POSIX timer timer library, which we are not using. Because yeah, this is all if you use POSIX, the POSIX timer API. Everything in our engine is based around just ticks coming off that interrupt that we've handled. So I think that it must be one of these. Here we go. That's exception toggle. Routine toggles all the exceptions used around system calls. If the timer interrupt is hooked, toggle it as well. This is so programs that use SIG alarm or iTimer and don't unhook the timer before they exit won't leave the system with timer pointing into the void. Okay, I think this is code for like cleaning up after exceptions, perhaps. Okay, and then... mean, it could be DJ GPP timer hoodlure. Which would be called... Oh no, that's called specifically an iTimer. Okay, and that's only in start timer. Which we're not... Okay. Okay, and then... See, okay, it seems a bit strange, but I suppose that we can... There's a way we can find out what's going on. All we need to do is just write to the log file what... we go DOS timer init. Timer handler prot old. Come on, what is this? Okay. Oh, PM offset, PM selector. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, that's done. Should be able to rebuild. And once we do, yeah, okay. So once we put that little piece of information in. Oh. Offset and segment, god damn it, alright. Yeah, okay. And I got it around the wrong way, so it should be... Okay. So it crashed almost immediately, but we should be able to look at the log file? Oh god, alright. No, it's not going to flush the log file. It's not going to flush the log file in time. That's okay. We'll just make it die earlier before it has a chance to do anything. Okay, there we go. Just pretty much finished as soon as it started. Okay, there we go. We've got our old timer that's at code selected, which is just going to be 2B, and then it's going to be 4010. Sure, okay. Oh, jeez, okay. Chiptune player did not like whatever song was currently on. Source development. Okay, we got. Oh no! All right. That doesn't make any damn sense. Or maybe the code selector is different. Because like 4010 is like, this is just like somewhere in the middle of like the music player code. It is not I was already expecting it to be. Oh, maybe that's 4010 in CWS stub. Could be that. Oh, but we can't disassemble that now, can we? Jeez. All right. No. No, that can't be right. Well, what if we do like new timer at here, and then we just put in the new one. Loud. Son of a... Yeah, okay. So the old timer must be something that's in CWS DPMI, I'm guessing. Because like this is this is our code segment. And this is not that. Okay, so what, I should be able to like disassemble what's going on. Far not recognized. What's the format of this? We've got the DOS header, then a bunch of stuff. I guess I could use the DOSBox debugger, but it's just such a nightmare. Such a nightmare to use. Let's do this the nasty way. Which is, we just print out the contents of memory at that spot. Oh wait, can we do that? Because it's across segments. God damn it. Alright, that's a problem. I guess we could use... I guess we could write assembly to do it. Or we could use Go32 somehow to do it. Memory information, my CS, my DS, my SS. Okay. And then it would be like mauve. It's probably not going to be like as easy as this. Like you'll have to do like, it'll probably whinge that there's no instruction, but we can try. We absolutely can try. Oh no, maybe like, maybe the other way around because of GCC, DI. EDI, yeah, so. Uh, hang on, am I doing this right? C inline assembly. DJ GPP inline assembly. It uses AT&T. Freaking. Okay, fine. Which means I've got to turn all this crap around. Oh yeah, and you gotta do. I think that's what you need to do. Okay. Oh, okay, it's underscore. Okay. Only works with global variables, otherwise you can use extended ASM to have variables preloaded into registers for you. Oh god, alright. Referencing memory. Um, this isn't gonna work, but I feel compelled to try. Yeah, it didn't like my attempt at assembly. Don't need to put in GCC. Okay.
Of bits of information, all cross-filed and on tape, immediately available. There are more.
What? It's Wacom-like extensions to allow input arguments and out. Okay, that's what we want. Statements, output registers, input registers, clobbered registers. I just want to like pass these numbers into these registers. I don't quite care how. Okay, I think I understand now. Okay, I get it. I think. So all of this boilerplate isn't actually necessary. Fun, which is fun. We would then need to... Well, some of the boilerplate isn't necessary. Okay. Valid output. What? So that's got to be equals A and equals D. And then... Oh god, alright. Gotta... Well, good news is we can ditch nearly all of this. So we'll now be changing it to AX. I built it. Can't be too far off. Oh, 3346A. It didn't. I'm guessing. You know what? I think it may have been my assembly. I think my assembly might have been bad. Just a crazy thought. Dump S. Let it crash. Crashed at 3346. Okay, so this is the master stroke. Moving SI into AX. No. Oh wait, is it ESDI? No, it's DSSI. Okay. For some reason I thought it was ESDI. Okay, but it's DSSI, alright. Okay, that explains why that's bad. And then this little guy needs to become capital S. Didn't crash. We've got a bunch of zeros. So... I guess we don't have... we're either not reading it properly or... Yeah, okay, so loads a single byte into AL. Into AL. And there's nothing with it. Okay, so we're not... This isn't writing back to where I thought it would write back to. Wait, our output registers first? Output registers, input registers, clobbered registers. How is this, like, more difficult to read than just doing straight up assembly? Here we load ECX with count, EAX with fill value. Are we is that actually happening? No, there's nothing that's actually... There's nothing that's setting it up, because it's in the wrong spot. Okay, so EDI is empty, or has some random thing in it. We're then setting EAX to whatever random thing EDI was. Okay, so it's a miracle that it didn't crash. That's what I'm taking away from that. Valid output constraint. Okay, so this time... So it pushes the data segment, moves whatever's an EAX into there, which appears to be This pointer, which I'm not a massive fan of. Oh my god, what is... This is terrible. I mean, okay, it does look like it's taking this offset, it's adding it together. Loads that into AL. Okay, and then... yeah, then we're doing... okay, so... hey, Funky. What we're trying to do now is... in order to figure out how the old timer works, I'm trying to dump it. And unfortunately, because it's in like a different... it's behind a different airtight hatchway to like all the rest of the code in my program, I am now kind of like resorting to low-level trickery and bluffs to try and, you know, to dump what it is. Because basically, like when I can see the bytes as to what it is, I can then search around to like see where that's defined, and or you know like where in the C library or whatever it's using. I don't know. It's like it's real messy, I think is the summary. But we're getting there. I'm slowly getting better at my crappy inline assembly. So, will this run without crashing? Yes, yes it will. Oh, and we've got some interesting data. Absolutely doesn't look like... it does not look like code because it's repeating. So it's dumping memory from somewhere, just not the correct place. Oh god, alright. So, which part of this is screwed up? It must be... my guess is here. Yeah, alright, so it's moving this, which is a address in data memory into here. But that's absolutely not what it should be. Like, how the hell is it doing that? Will it help if I make that type a bit bigger? Oh, okay. No, it's because. Alright, the thing that was throwing me is that GCC or DJGPP or whatever, there are two different ways of doing x86 assembly, and the main difference is that like the order of these, like the order of all the arguments is swapped around for no good reason. And this uses the other way, which, well, I say the other way, it uses, oh my god, I can't remember, like AT&T syntax is the one that's bad. Yeah, AT&T. It uses AT&T syntax, which is frustrating because like all of the Intel documentation and most of the things you'll read on the internet use Intel syntax, which you'd think would be de facto because they freaking wrote it. But so this makes sense. It's saying write the contents of AX into memory address 9B whatever, which is the location of this this selector variable. So it's moving EAX into DS, but we haven't ever set. Oh wait, no, it's all kind of merged, isn't it? It's all kind of merged. Okay, so we're setting ESI with that. We're setting AX with this. And then yeah, I mean that should work, I would have thought. But yeah, this is just nonsense. This is just some kind of. It's very unlikely. Oh, okay. No. No, that makes sense. Okay, so it is in fact at like address 4010 of CWS DPMI. Oh, Funky says, people in tech changing a standard for no good reason? Surely not. I think this is just kind of like, I don't know. At this point, like, x86 is pretty friggin' old. With like loads and loads of baggage, so would not surprise me if it's just, I don't know, it's a very weird kind of, it's very weird to have two different ways of specifying this particular niche thing, but they managed it. Okay. Let's go to plan B. Just to save our work there. Okay, and then we come to this mysterious table. Huh, alright, maybe it is valid code after all. It's just that the same instruction over and over again. Sequence of bytes. Freaking, okay. Okay, and then there's like a far pointer jump. That doesn't really tell me anything either. Don't say the database. It's like a... Wow. Terrible ending. Yeah, okay. This is grim. This is real grim. Oh, okay, rapper int common. Oh, okay, so this is the... So this is the chaining wrapper. So you have this common code, which is then followed by int chain, which I think is the chaining part. What's... I mean, I only care about the chaining part. Which is going to be jump to CS, old interrupt by that, and then call iret. Yeah, okay, so... right, so if we wanted to go to here and do like dpmi allocate iret wrapper and then set protected mode interrupt vector. I mean, that would still work. Okay. Returns from exception interrupt handler to a program that was interrupted by an exception, external interrupt, or a software generated interrupt. So we only ever want one of these. But I think it's fair to say that if the old pointer isn't going to help, because that's already going to have like an IRET and everything on it. I think we need to just use the raw handle from inside DJGPP. Please, just work with me. Oh, it's on a... This is on my other PC, which means I can't use the clipboard. That's great. So the in chain is basically just jump, CS, PTR. And presumably when the function is done, it just comes back. Like what have we got? Right. I mean, I thought jump is unconditional jump. Like, wouldn't we want call? Yeah, transfer program control to a different point without recording return information. Okay, there's all this stuff about filling the int wrapper. Oh, okay, so we get the existing one. Okay, we get the existing one, and then like the chaining logic works like that. Must be... I mean, it must be IRET? Returns control from an exceptional interrupt handler. In protected mode, the action of the IRET instruction depends on the settings of the nested task on the VM flags. Alright, return from nested task switch. IRET instruction pops return instruction pointer, return code segment, select an E flags from the stack to the EIP. Oh, right. Okay. That's cool. Well, that explains why we've got the old address and old segment in here. And those have been set to... Ah, right, okay, so they're set to the old... Oh my god, this doesn't make any goddamn sense. So jump to CS, whatever the address of this is. Okay, maybe it's referring to like this IRET. Okay, because this is in chain protected mode interrupt vector. And then we get like the old one of these. Oh, okay. This is just a no op. This is just canceling that instruction out. I understand now. I think. Sure, why not? So the load bearing instruction would be this IRET, which then takes in the old address and the old segment. Okay, I think that makes sense. We can try modding that in. It might work. It might cause everything to smoke and catch fire, but let's see. So we've turned off chain. We're now here. We need to if timer So it need to be something like iret Surely someone has hacked this to use iret before. So we need to do like a similar hack to what they do in the actual thing, which is So we do this. So we basically just needed over... Okay. So we've got our little crappy wrapper over here. Let's... Let's go int a chain wrapper +1. Actually, no, it'd be set selector. Alright, done that, and then is there a crappy wrapper for jump? I guess not. There's long jump. Oh, okay, no, that's just doing that. No, we just want to... We just want to use this bad thing. think it should be safe to override EAX. Seems fine. Impossible constraint in ASM. Oh, okay, hang on. Is this allowed? Impossible constraint. Alright. There's gonna be some terrible hang on. This is like jump. Oh, what am I doing? There's an easy way. Oh, it's LJMP. Okay, fine. Yeah. L jump. Impossible constraint. Bollocks. God, how do you just want to put in a friggin' okay, GCC inline. Yeah, this is the stuff. Okay. Oh, all right. Oh, Oh, yeah, okay. That's, yeah, alright. I was in the wrong spot, so I think that'll do it. Though, technically, yeah, we should just go 0. Okay, so here's our horrible code. Oh wait, no, that didn't do it. That's just trying to jump to 0, which is not correct. Oh, right, no, it would be percentage 0. Oh, you've got it. You've moved the you moved the thing I wanted to EAX, and now now you're just screwing me around with that. You know what? Screw it. We EAX. What? Why do this? I've asked you for A. Is it because of the CS? Do you just want that? What if I get rid of the L and the L jump? Ooh, that's pretty good. Doesn't seem to be anything immediately wrong looking with that. Oh, that's right. I put the inhibitor in there, so it wouldn't have actually made it to an interrupt before dying. Okay, get rid of this, get rid of that. Remove this exit. Oh no. That was bad. That was real bad. Illegal descriptor type. This is probably the bit where I find that there's something else in that stupid stub in there. Oh god, alright. Did I close it? I probably did, didn't I? What have... Okay. Maybe the first bit we actually need. Maybe it's not just a... I don't... Okay. It's like this is jump, which appears to jump to here. Like these two things. Or, you know, like this address gets filled in with that. But I can't for the life of me understand, like, why you would want that. Maybe we should copy that a bit more precisely. So 2E FF 2D. Very, very strange. I'm probably gonna have to run this in the debugger, aren't I? To get an answer. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8, 9, A, B, C, yeah, okay. Okay, so that's these to be overwritten. So it's that. It's that. And then inside the actual handler, we've got this awful thing. Yeah, it just absolutely eats it. Illegal descriptor type 00, okay. Did I... Okay, it'd be nice to get a... How do you break? No, that quits. Oh, is it like control print screen or something? Okay, this is becoming frustrating now. Oh, okay, well. Okay, debug currency. Okay, come on. Gotta get into protected mode. Okay, well, it created the swap file. What is SI up to? Oh, it's there, okay. Oh my god, really? Alright. I think we're done. We're not gonna get it done tonight. It's, yeah, it's very late as well. And with it, with it, my intelligence is slowly draining away too. But I'd say it's not a complete wash though. We managed, so we figured it out. We've cracked the formula that Mean Streets is using to playback sounds on the PC speaker. We've got that much done. Then we ran into the issue that DJ GPP will hang if you try and call the timer API or the timer interrupt more than 16,000 times a second. And the only thing that's kind of keeping us from jumping over that hurdle is a little bit of kind of assembly spaghetti that we need to put in place for I mean, actually there's one other thing we could try. There's one very cheap and nasty thing we can try, which is like we could just jump to like ignore, you know, we don't try and call IRET and we just jump straight to whatever the old handler is called and assume that that's going to call IRET for us. Like that seems like, yeah, I can't remember if I tried that before, but that seems like it would probably work. And then we just have to go let's copy what we got here. And we go timer handler prot old. Oh, but the issue is that it's it's yeah, okay. We can't do it the easy way because that wouldn't be. No, wait. What am I saying? We can do it the easy way. I think. Like, how does this nonsense deal with? Like our selector, which gets moved into AS. Okay, uses DS. Yeah, okay, that's understandable. Yeah, then it moves DS. Okay, no, falling into the rabbit hole. Okay, I think we gotta draw a line under this. Walk away, maybe have a good night's rest, and then come back to the madness and have another couple of shots. But on the surface, it looks. I think that yeah. It occurs to me that I did not try the most basic option, which is we just do a straight jump to whatever we had in the old selector. No screwing around with IRET. We assume that whatever's there already has IRET, and then yeah, see if it lives. But yeah, I'll probably have to do it tomorrow, and then if it screws up again, I'll have to run in the debugger, and yeah, a less than satisfactory end to the stream, truth be told, but it's fine. We learned a lot. We learned a lot about the horrors of x86, of DOS specifically, and ourselves. So, who is on tonight? Okay, I see a good Pete is doing a Northern Irish cultural immersion stream, which I have not been paying attention to, or rather I've not yet had a look to see what it is, so we'll just rate a good Pete. Okay, well, I will be back Thursday doing ScumVM stuff, but until then, have a wonderful rest of your day / evening / life. Bye.